Okay, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Just want to do some intros before we get into the opening remarks. My name is Stan Komorik. I will be your chair this morning, and I'd also like to introduce my fellow panel members. On my left is Laura Alderson, on my right is Donald Taylor, and on my far right is Bill Dalton. I'd also like to introduce Philip Carvalino, who is our acting Deputy Secretary Treasurer today, and Phil's staff, the rest of the people up here. So, Committee of Adjustments considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to properties, permissions to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to do our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Our procedure today. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid and in-person virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, while others will participate virtually through an electronic means, through WebEx and electronic means. And the meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, smartphone, tablet, or other device, and will have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry, and then when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist. When your item is being held during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during the video appearance. Decisions of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee or on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address as a committee adjustment, and the Toronto local appeal body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, with the amendments to the Planning Act, third parties are generally not allowed to appeal committee decisions, and now only the applicant, Minister of Municipal Affairs, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. We will go through each item as listed in the order in the agenda. When you are making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are asked to advise the chair if you wish to speak. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. We will let you know when you're reaching or have exceeded that 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee, as I'd mentioned earlier, must have been submitted by email in advance of the hearing. We cannot actually accept materials at the hearing today. That's to ensure that everyone has the same materials before them. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make the presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions. As I mentioned earlier, we may decide to defer the application if it is being substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and to make sure that everyone entitled to notice actually gets all of the proposed changes. Secondly, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. We generally ask people in the committee room to go first, and then those who are online. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be given an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. That will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, just moving on to the agenda. Our first item is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from staff or from committee members on any of the items this morning? No, seeing none. Our next item is confirmation of minutes from the previous hearing. So this would be the minutes from March 26, 2026. I'm not sure who was here.
I was here, Mr. Chair, and I'll move approval of the minutes of the meeting of March 26th.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
And I can second them.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? The minutes are approved. We'll now get into closed and deferred files. I'm assuming there are no files to be closed, Mr. Carverino?
None, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I believe we do have, is it one deferral request we have?
Yes, Mr. Chair, item
Okay.
11.
So let's address that before we get to the top of the agenda, and I believe that is item 11. Just trying to see who the speaker is. Christine Chan? Christian Chan, sorry. And is Christian online?
Yes, I'm connecting now.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair and committee members, this is Christian Chen here, agent and land use planner for the applicant.
Okay, sir, and you are requesting a deferral. I believe there's a notice issue. You've got more, potentially more variances than have been listed.
Yes, sir. Just prior to the public notice being sent out, an additional variance was identified by the zoning examiner, and therefore this would classify as being an automatic deferral because an additional variance would need to be posted on the public notice and sent out and mailed out by committee staff. There's also a discussion that is ongoing with urban forestry staff to seek additional information regarding tree impacts, and also an update that's required to the site plan pursuant to transportation review staffs to indicate a 0.40 meter conveyance area, and also to address some matters that have been raised by the Residents Association and surrounding residents, of which we will attempt to have a discussion with.
Okay, you clearly have some work to do before you come back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was at least one speaker listed for this item as well.
That's correct. And we also have an additional speaker. So we can start with Anne, and then we can go
Sure.
to Doris.
Is Anna in person or?
Yes. I can just come up there. Thank you.
Well, you can come up, or basically we just want to let you know, just want you to understand that with because of the nature of the deferral, it's an automatic deferral, so we really don't have much of a choice. Normally, we ask your opinion on what you think of deferring it, but I'm sure you don't have a problem with it anyway. Okay, thank you. And is there someone else online?
Yes, Doris. Thanks.
Oh, good morning.
Okay, so all's good then.
Yeah, so hopefully he'll come back with something that's a little more palatable to whoever's not in favor of it. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard from all the speakers, committee members, can I get a motion?
I'm happy to give that motion for all the reasons that the applicant stated. I move for deferral.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Second.
Second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that item is deferred. Okay, so we'll start back to item 1. Let's get all this out of the way. Okay, so item 1 is 99 Floral Parkway, and this is an application to construct a second-story rear and west side addition. There is one variance being requested, and it relates to parking. We have advisory comments from both Metrolinx and Ministry of Transportation. And,
So slight typo, it's Andre, so he's online right now.
okay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andre Grisolia. I'm the authorized agent for the owners of 99 Floral Parkway.
Okay, can you just give us a brief description of what this is all about?
So we are proposing a second-story addition for offices on the west, or sorry, the east and the west side, or sorry, the north and the west. In saying that, there is a minor variance with regards to parking due to the fact that Floral Parkway leads into a train track. There's a front yard setback, you can say, that's limiting us to do parking within the front yard setback. So we're asking for front parking that has a one minor variance of, as you can see, of it should be 3 meters, and we're asking for 0.5 meters in order to allow parking for this particular building and a proposed addition.
And that variance would apply to all of your parking spaces, not just one.
That's right. It's more predominantly on the Floral Parkway side, yeah,
Yeah.
which is all of them, yes. Mhm.
Okay, understood. Any questions from panel members? No? And there's no other speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, we can take it into committee.
I'm happy to make a motion for this. This is a very straightforward application. You know, we have standard Metrolinx advisories and standard MTO advisories. Other than that, we don't have anything from any city department, so I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Seconder.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, before we proceed, I'm just going to try to call out one user. I just don't have them on my list. So this is user Anna Dan. So I'm trying to unmute you right now, but I can't seem to do that right now. Oh, they logged off. Okay, never mind.
So you're just trying to find,
Yeah, so this user wasn't on my list. So if anyone here is online, just shoot us an email, coa.ey@toronto.ca, and just tell me your name and address and your item that you're interested in.
the beauty of these hybrid meetings. Okay. Okay, so item 2, 72 Culford Road. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling. The existing detached garage will remain. There are 12 variances being requested, and all we have is a planning report for information. And our speaker is online, Alexander Supa.
Hi there.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. So, and I know we got the timer here, so I'll be pretty succinct. So this is my grandfather's home. He purchased in the 60s. The owners here are my grandfather and my mother. My wife and I want to take this on, demolish that home, and build a new home for us to live in the area for the foreseeable future. We understand that the maximum permitted lot coverage here is 30%. We're applying for 40%. We understand that there's been some approvals for 37% in the area. However, we understand those approvals reflect the above grade built form. In our case, the above grade coverage is approximately 33%, which is reflected on the planning report. And it's below the 37% threshold. The additional coverage is mainly driven by below grade space beneath the covered porches, which does not contribute to the massing, the shadow, or the streetscape. We did look at trying to reduce that size or what it would look like without those spaces, and it just wasn't too feasible in terms of functionality. Any reduction would require removing these functional elements without any benefit to the planning. As such, we'd like to submit this minor variance and its impact being appropriate in this context. And one thing to note, we're super passionate and prideful about our home, and we will always be contributing to this streetscape, whether it be gardening in the front, the back, and we think it's going to be quite nice for this little strip of Culford here.
Okay, thank you. One of the other things that coverage really impacts is water absorption. And as you said, you're going beyond what has been generally approved. Do you know if you have a flooding issue in this area?
No, we don't. At least historically speaking, I can talk to that. There's never been any issue on that home. It's actually been quite a kind of a dream, at least for my grandfather, insofar as issues around the home.
Okay, and we don't have any neighbors objecting, so I would have to take your word on that. We have no other speakers on this one, Thomas?
That's correct.
Okay, any questions from panel members? No? Okay. We'll take it into committee then. Thank you.
So with that, I'd move a motion for approval as while there are 12 variances, they are largely technical in nature. And I believe they meet the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Oh, second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that item is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Supa.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3, 8 to 28 Westmore Drive. This is an application to construct 3 new industrial condominium buildings. A total of 40 units will be provided. There are 6 variances being requested. We have a letter of support from the local councillor, and we have both transportation and planning chiming in as being okay with this. Okay, our agent is Ben Larson, and I believe that's online.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Larson, partner at Elevate Planning and Project Management, address 15 Gervais Drive, Suite 503, Toronto.
Okay, sir, I think we would like a full presentation. I have multiple questions, and maybe they'll get answered in part of that.
Most certainly. If you can go to page 5, just to start things off, I can quickly touch upon the actual site plan. In the top right corner in red, we have the page numbers. There we go. So I'll briefly describe the proposal. It's for an industrial condominium. It's set within a context of an employment area. It consists of 3 one-story buildings containing 40 industrial condominium units. Parking and loading is provided on site. Page 7, please. As was mentioned at the beginning, there is support from community planning, Councillor Crisanti, and city transportation staff. We have met with the councillor's office and transportation and planning staff in advance of coming to this hearing. Page 11, please. This will show the site plan overlaid in the context. On the left and on the right, we illustrate employment context photos within the area of proximate properties. In my opinion, this proposal will most certainly fit within this employment context. Page 13, please. I'll just dive into the planning framework very quickly. This shows the location within one of the 31 provincially significant employment zones within the region. On the right side of the screen, we call it out to show where it is. Page 14, please. Diving into the local official plan, this shows the city's urban structure map. The site is at the top left. It's within an employment area in the city's northwest end. Page 15, please. Down to the official plan land use level. The site is shown outlined in blue in that lighter purple color, meaning is general employment area. And we note that to its left and to its right is the darker purple, which is the core employment designation. And then I note further to the right or to the east, that yellow represents the neighborhood's designation. The site is spatially separated from those areas by about 175 meters to 215 meters. Page 16, please. Finally, at the zoning level, and this is why we're at the Committee of Adjustment today. In the 1980s, this site was rezoned from employment to commercial. It's clearly, obviously, within a setting of employment, but it was rezoned in the 80s to allow for the flea market on the site. And this zoning is shown on the left, which is the CL limited commercial zoning. And on the right side of the screen, you can see it was not brought into citywide bylaw 569/2013, and that's because of that underlying rezoning from the 1980s. If it had been, then I wouldn't be here today requesting any of these variances, as they would all be as of right permissions. Page 20, please. Just digging into the first variance related to permitted uses. I want to make it clear that all of the requested uses are permitted as of right on the proximate properties around the site that were brought into 569/2013. If the site was brought in as well, they would be as of right on the subject site, but regardless, they are permitted by the overarching official plan. And as such, it's my opinion that they're highly technical. And this is more a matter of aligning the zoning with the current planning framework, which is why you see the support by community planning. Page 22, please. Regarding the variance about GFA, it's essentially seeking a 0.5 density, but that is quite technical when you recognize the fact that proximate properties enjoy 1 times density as of right through 569/2013. So again, technical. Page 23, please. Variants 3 and 4 are tailored to the 1980s approval, allowing for the flea market on the site. They don't relate to the current modernized industrial condominium proposal that's before you, so we are respectfully requesting relief from those 2 zoning provisions. So again, technical. Page 24, please. Variance 5 and variance 6 relate to parking, and again, these are technical, and they're just a matter of aligning with contemporary requirements. It's not that the owner will provide no parking. In fact, they show 237 spaces on the site plan within the committee's package. However, they just want the flexibility to provide what the market demands. And furthermore, city transportation are aware and acknowledge the technical nature of this requested variance, and they have no objection through their communication. And finally, on page 26, just in conclusion, to wrap it up, it's my opinion that the variances meet the 4 tests. They support official plan policies related to employment. They're technical when you consider that 569/2013 would allow these uses or these variances as of right. They're desirable by promoting economic development and competitiveness in this employment area, and they pose no unacceptable impacts within the employment context that the site finds itself within. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I still do have a couple. Before I go there, Thomas, the other 2 speakers, are they essentially part of the applicant? Or
That's correct. They're just here for support.
So they're not third parties in support, they're just...
No, they're just part of the same.
All right, so there are no other speakers then?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want some clarification on the variances. Variance 1, it sort of lists what's, I mean, you've explained that because of the current zoning, all of those uses are prohibited, but it doesn't ask you to permit that. So essentially, what you're asking for is for all of those to be permitted. I think it just would have been clear. I don't know who wrote the variance, but it's not very clear because it's not stating what you're asking for. It just says these uses are not permitted. It should actually say we would like these uses to be permitted.
And that's just, I guess, a zoning nuance in terms of how the variance has to be worded. It has to be worded in such a way that they're not permitted, whereas they're proposed.
Okay, so anyway, just wanted to clarify that. My other issue is with variances 5 and 6 related to parking. You're essentially asking us to approve 0 parking, yet you are providing 237 parking spaces. I understand you want that for flexibility, but I'm not sure it's realistic to allow 0 parking. So like, why wouldn't you say, you know, you want to provide X number of parking spaces in lieu, rather than what is required, as opposed to no parking to be provided.
Well, it's just more technical because that's in the citywide bylaw in contemporary standards, the requirement is 0. And that's acknowledged in the city transportation report.
But
It's the
that's,
minimum.
but
It's
it's
a minimum.
it's 0 for residential. Is it 0 for industrial as well?
Correct. It's 0 for non-residential, and that's communicated in the city transportation memo. So it's a minimum. It's not that we'll provide none, as I mentioned, they will provide what the market demands. They just want the flexibility that is afforded to as-right permissions in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, that's total flexibility, I guess. And, okay. I know that the way it works on the residential side is if you can't reduce the number of spaces that you already have, and if you are reducing, you still need a variance for it. So anyway, I'll see how my colleagues feel about that, but I just have a little bit of an issue about approving 0. Any questions from anyone else? No? Okay. We'll take it into committee then, unless if there's no other questions.
I guess I would just ask regarding variance 1, how concerned are we that it really isn't a variance request? I'm just thinking about the adequacy of the information for public consumption. And
I guess what you're saying, Don, is the way it's stated, it's not really a variance?
yeah, exactly. It's
Because
just a
it's
statement
not-
of what's not permitted.
Yeah, it's not stating that it will be permitted. Phil?
I don't know, is that fatal to us, or?
Staff can
What?
take the direction to amend the wording to say something in the nature of the following uses are proposed but are not permitted, so that it clarifies. I agree that it's lacking a certain forward proposed nature.
I guess because the applicant isn't technically proposing any of this right now, they just want the flexibility to be able to propose.
Was proposing to add the list of uses
Yeah.
to what's permitted. So if you feel that there's a notice issue, we'll take that direction as well. But if you don't and you'd like to clarify the decision, we can add the following uses are proposed but are not permitted within the CL zone.
It would be helpful to at least change the wording.
Yeah, and I think I can live with this in that there are no objections from neighbors. I think it would be problematic to me if someone appeared before us and said, you're not telling us what you're proposing here, but nobody's written in to ask that question or appeared here today to ask that question, so.
So the two issues are, do you feel there's a notice issue? That's for the committee to decide. And if you feel that you want clarification in the decision and in the minutes, we can take that direction.
I would agree with the chair that clarification would be important.
Is everybody okay with that?
Also, I'm a little uneasy approving 0 parking spaces. I mean, yes, I understand that the agent wants the flexibility, or the applicant wants the flexibility, but I mean, it means that he has that flexibility to have 0 parking spaces should he choose that, even though their intention is not to. If we approve it, they can do that. So I don't know.
But the applicant is also in for site plan approval, and within that site plan approval application, they are showing the 237. They're just asking for the 0 because if they were captured under 569, 569 says 0. So until this lot of land gets wrapped into 569, that's what
I
they're trying to
understand.
do
I
is
understand that.
pony it up to 569. So
I think the concern that Laura's expressing, and I share, is that, yes, they will go through site plan approval, but then for future approval, they could change that and they don't have to come back,
they could also be wrapped into 569 by
69,
that point, and then
And
569.
wouldn't require.
They wouldn't require it. That's all they're trying to do, so. It's nothing untoward, I don't think.
I just question the viability of that many industrial spaces or
Well, especially if you're doing,
without parking.
if you're doing small units, I mean, you've got to provide parking. It's, no one, not, everyone's not going to transit in, that's not realistic.
No, it's not realistic, no. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, that's all.
We could come out of committee if you want to ask the applicant what number would be, they would have comfort in reducing it to, or increasing it to. Or you want to leave it alone?
Well, I think, as Bill said, that, you know, if 569 was applying to this particular development, they wouldn't need any.
Okay.
So, and that's, you know,
The market will dictate then.
I guess. I mean, I'm, yeah.
Okay.
I'm having a bit of trouble with it, but,
Okay.
and I'm a transit, as you know, I'm a transit advocate.
Absolutely. I totally share your concern. I mean, that's why I raised it in the first place. Okay. Yep.
If there are no other comments or questions, subject to revising variance 1 to outline specifically what is being requested, uses, I move approval with no conditions. I find the variance to be satisfying the 4 tests under the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's approved on a split vote. Okay, item 4, 63 Botfield Avenue. This is an application to permit a front yard parking space. There is one variance being requested. And,
So the agent is in person.
okay, I see him.
Yes.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. My name is Arben Shpati, 1287 Strat Avenue, Mississauga, and the agent for the owner.
Okay, so can you just give us a brief overview of what's being asked for here?
Yes, very fast. We are requesting a parking space, a new parking space in front yard. And this is for the safety concerns in this area, for this property. Across the street in this side, there is an elementary school. And the current existing driveway to enter in the garage is close to entrances. So the problem is that during the peak hours, school hours, where children are walking in and out, it becomes difficult to access the driveway safely. I see the front yard parking as a safe option, clear visibility, easy maneuvering, and reducing chances of accidents. The entrance from the existing driveway, if you see the site plan, it's very short and the maneuvering
Is the
there.
existing driveway going to be maintained?
Actually, it's going to be maintained, but the problem there is the garage itself inside. It's an old house. It's only 2.7 meter wide, and the owner, when he parks half of the driveway in his property, half in the city, and this creates problems with maneuvering. So it would be great if you can have a parking space on the front yard.
Okay, but bottom line is you're going to maintain both driveways.
Yes, yes.
You just may not use the other one as much.
For sure, yes.
Okay, questions from panel members? No? Done?
Yes, sir, you pointed out an example right across the street of front yard parking. Are there any others in this block on Botfield on either side of the street?
Well, there is another on the side of the street, which I illustrated over there. It's a parking space on the Mattis Avenue. But the problem is that in this corner lot, the elementary school is right in the corner lot. So the other houses on the side are a little bit farther from the entrances to the school. It's just for safety. It's just for safety.
No, I appreciate
Reason.
why you're requesting it. I'm just wondering about precedents. Is it common on Botfield in this block, other than the one right across the street? Are there other examples of what you're proposing to do?
I
You
don't
don't
know.
know. You just know about the one across the street.
I cannot say it. I don't know, really.
I'm just looking at Google Street View. I don't readily see any, but
It's just that it's difficult maneuvering over there, back and forth to go to.
thank you.
So yeah, you're directly across the street from the school. But, okay, that's Google showing me the wrong property somewhere in Richmond Hill. I'm thinking this doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's right, on Street View, yeah.
For some reason, the owner would have had to request it.
Yeah, I think that's why I had a site visit noted, but I didn't do it, so. Okay, any other questions? No? And no other speakers?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Take it into committee. Botfield Avenue.
So with that, I move a motion for approval, as I believe the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? It's unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, item 5, 11 Vassar Drive. This is an application to construct a 2-story south side addition, a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a new front porch, and a new rear deck. There are 2 variances being requested. We have no comments from any city departments on anything about this item. And is the applicant in person?
I believe so. N?
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
morning.
I don't think we need a full presentation, but if you can just give us a brief overview.
Okay. Apologize that my consultant had a emergency today, so
problem.
I'm shaky. I'm nervous right now.
So
He's
can we get
preparing
you-
me some
Can we
notes.
get your name then?
Yes, Ann Nguyen.
Oh, you are, okay, sorry.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm the applicant.
You're the applicant?
Yeah, and the architect. He couldn't make it this morning. So.
Okay.
So yes, it's a family home, constructed with existing. Right now, it's a 1.5, I would guess. There's 2 bedrooms upstairs, currently small attic style kind of bedroom. So they consider, I guess, 1.5.
Yeah.
So I just want to expand that to make it a full 4 bedrooms upstairs, family size. And then the one variance that is downstairs is building over the garage. And that variance is because the garage is initially, well, the original garage, the way it was constructed, it's 0.14 meter outside of the range, the legal range. But the rest of the house is actually behind it. It's so the setback is 8.87 for the entire house except for the garage.
So it's just a garage that doesn't meet the front yard setback?
Yeah, and it's going to be it's going to be a little costly to like just break that setback to
So that's an
construct.
existing situation.
Correct.
Perfect,
Just
okay.
building over that, yeah.
Yep. I think that's pretty much all we need.
Yeah. Sorry, that's it?
Yeah,
Oh,
thank
that-
you.
Okay. I was sweating for nothing there.
No, you don't need to sweat for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming there are no other speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Take it into committee.
I think I was first, but I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a very straightforward application. I believe it meets the four tests under the Planning Act, and I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Bill?
Second that?
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, a couple more before we break. So number 6, 63 Astoria Avenue. This is an application to construct a second and third-story addition above the existing dwelling, a 3-story rear addition, a new attached garage with a second story above, and to convert the property into a duplex. The existing detached garage in the rear will be demolished. There are 4 variances being requested. We have advisory comments from TRCA. We had a letter of objection from the property in the rear, and I believe they have withdrawn that since. And welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Arn.
Jennifer, okay.
Yeah, I'm one of the 2 homeowners, my husband and I. So we're planning to do an addition to our home to help us age in place and stay there forever. We love the neighborhood, have been here since 2003. The garage that we have is the subject of all 4 variances. The garage needs to be replaced, and that's part of the whole home renovation and expansion. The new garage is where it is on the plans. We can't actually move it over to be in compliance with the east side because we wouldn't be able to get the car in. It would also retain its existing position relative to the lot line, but it also does shift the garage to the north, which brings it closer to compliance with the rear yard setback, which I believe city planning has noted, and it enables it to be attached to the house. The location on the east lot line is typical for the neighborhood, and it's also typical the garages are at or very close to the back of the property. You might have noticed in the application that the 2 properties behind us are right flush to the property, to the lot line. And there is also a variance with the respect to the width of the garage. What we're proposing is actually wider inside for parking than what we have now. We can't stretch the lot, so that's kind of where we're at. I don't believe this impinges on anybody else in the neighborhood, and I don't think there's any other objections.
Thank you. You've clarified with your neighbor, I think they were originally concerned about there being 6 to 8 units or something.
There was a misunderstanding.
Not sure where
So
that came from, but
I'm not quite sure, but we had a good conversation. I showed them the plans, and they said, "Oh, that they did
We're
not
good now.
object to that."
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it confused me when I saw that, so I'm glad you got that clarified. I have a curiosity question. Nothing to do with your variances. What's the circular feature on your floor plan that goes through every floor? Is that an
That's an
elevator?
elevator
Okay,
for
that's what I
mobility and aging in place. Yes.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Laura, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to congratulate you for sorting that out with the neighbor beforehand, because you'd be surprised how many people do not make that effort.
Yeah, they were lovely. It was just a misunderstanding.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
Since I have my microphone on, I can go ahead and make a motion if there are no other comments or questions.
Just a real quick one,
Okay.
Laura, if you don't mind.
No.
Yeah, ma'am, are you aware that you require a permit from TRCA?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, they are okay, but they just
Yes.
require a permit. Okay, that being said, I move for approval. I believe this application more than meets the 4 tests. Move for approval with no conditions.
No conditions being requested.
Nope.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, item 7. 20 Dunning Crescent. This is an application to construct a two-story east side addition that will include an attached garage and a second-story addition above the existing dwelling. There are two variances being requested. Again, TRCA has advisory comments. Planning is requesting two conditions in the event of approval. Sorry, there are two variances being requested. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. And there are two letters of support. And our agent is online, I believe. Lenny?
Hi, good morning, committee members and Mr. Chair. My name is Lenny Petrilli, 134-347 Jane Street, Toronto. I am the authorized agent and applicant for the property owner of 20 Dunning Crescent. Just to give a quick summary of what we're requesting, it's generally related to the exterior main wall height. It's a bit of a technical zoning variance here based on the nature of the roof design. We have a monoslope roof design, and on the east elevation, our client would like to introduce clear story windows, which have been identified as a main wall. Even though the height of that main wall is broken up, it's not continuous from grade. And if you scroll to the front elevation of the drawings, I've highlighted the two main wall height numbers that apply to both the front and the side yard. We are aware that TRCA and RNFP are jurisdict this lot. We've already received a TRCA approval. They've issued a staff report with no objections to this application. And we've also received the planning report calling for conditions to be put on the approval for exterior glass on the rear face of the house, as well as bird-friendly light fixtures. So both the glass and light fixtures will be in compliance with the bird-friendly guidelines in the City of Toronto. And our property owner, the property owner is aware of this as well and is willing to comply during construction. Otherwise, we have yet to receive any objections from planning staff regarding these main wall heights, and have also received the neighboring support letters as we've submitted. Open to any questions that you may have. Happy to answer any concerns.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? No? All right.
Just a comment. Interesting roof line on this
Yeah.
application. I like it.
Thank you.
Okay. Ready to take it into committee then? Is anyone ready for a motion?
So with that, I'd move a motion for approval, as I believe the application meets the four tests, subject to the April 1st, 2026 planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Seconder?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Lenny.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll do item 8 and then take a brief recess. So item 8, 75 Culford Road. This is an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling and a two-story rear and south side addition. There are 8 variances being requested. We have forestry requesting condition 2 in the event of approval, and there is an arborist report provided by the applicant. And the agent is Marco Vieira, and I believe Marco's online.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Good morning,
My name
sir.
is Marco Vieira. My address is 257 Dunraven Drive.
Could we just get a brief overview? I don't think we need a full presentation.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, the application before you is to construct a side and rear two-story addition on the existing 1.5-story dwelling. We are proposing a total of 8 minor variances. Perhaps there's 3 that I think you might be more interested in with regards to the overall proposal. That would be the lot coverage. Lot coverage, we're proposing 37% where 30% is allowed. That is because we do have a covered patio with an excavated space below it, which is typically removed from the lot coverage if it's equal to 5% or less. In this case, it is less at 3.3%, but it is counted. Similarly with the roof over the front, and also a detached shed, one-story shed that we are proposing just for storage in the rear yard. We do comply with front and rear soft landscaping, so I believe that the coverage is not impactful in terms of the overall building footprint to affect water infiltration or a sign of overbuilding. The length, which is variance number 2, actually it's a front yard setback, but it's tied to the length of the dwelling because it is being taken to the feature wall on the side of the porch and also extends to the rear of the dwelling where we have a similar protrusion in stone at the back of the house. We did prepare a presentation with the site plan just to highlight those sticking points we find. The existing dwelling is being maintained in terms of the front yard setback. It is in line with the 2 adjacent properties. So the 2 sections that you see there in the blue is just the projections of the feature wall. And then those same feature walls are tied to the overall building height and parapet heights because the highest part of the dwelling is those little features at the front and rear of the dwelling, where the rest of the main dwelling does have lower flat roof design, and it is approximately 35 centimeters over what is permitted. So we do feel that it is minor, and we ask that the committee approve the application as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira. Any questions from panel members? No, and there's no other speakers.
That's correct.
So let's take it into committee.
So with that, I'd move a motion for approval as the application is straightforward and meets the 4 tests, subject to the April 1st, 2026 Environment, Climate, and Forestry Condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
I'm happy to second that motion. Just want to say that it's certainly an improvement over the existing conditions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, that's a unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Does everyone want to take a break, or should we keep going? Keep going?
When there's a lot of speakers on it.
Take 5? Okay, so can we take a 5-minute break? 10 minutes? 8 minute, whatever.
Until 25 too?
10, yeah. Nine, I thought we had a number of speakers for 9, no? Oh, that's 10, okay.
Why don't we do 9?
Okay, well, let's do 9, and then we'll take a break after that. Okay, so item 9, 25 Ashton Manor. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There were 10 variances, which has been revised to 5, and 3 of those have since also been reduced. Planning has conditions in the event of approval. And we have an arborist report on file. We have a letter of objection from the property next door. We have a support petition with some signatures. And I believe that's all we have. And it's Mr. Romano is the agent, and I believe Franco is online.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel and staff. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Good morning, sir. We would like a presentation on this one just so we can address the potential objections and the changes, given that they are quite extensive.
Certainly, if staff can bring up the markup public hearing notice. Essentially, this was an interpretation matter related to a rear, the portion of the porch at the rear and I hope this doesn't count towards my 5 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. So the rear porch portion has been removed, and that has resulted in the reduction in the length, the depth. We actually moved the deck in, so then that reduces the or eliminates the side yard setback for the deck. So the numbers may have been revised, but it's not really that substantial a change. So if staff can go back to that revised public notice, so I can walk through them. So the lot coverage is being reduced to 37.9%, which is 187.89 square meters, and that reflects the house alone. Variance number 3 related to the rear yard setback, that went to the back porch or deck, so that has been eliminated. So the rear yard setback is over 10 meters, so variance number 3 has been removed. The building length, variance number 5, is being reduced to 18.5 meters, and I'll walk through where that is when I get to my slides. The building depth is measured on an angle, and it's actually less than 19 meters now, so that variance number 6 has been removed. As I mentioned for variance 7, the rear deck, we've moved that in so then it complies with the 1.2 meters, so that has been removed. And because of that reduction in the deck width, the rear deck stairs for variance number 8, that stair width has been reduced by 30 centimeters, so that's 6.58. And then variance number 10 was an internal interpretation of the parking space relative to stairs in that garage. So we've modified that in order to comply. So variance number 10 is eliminated. So if staff can bring up slide number 1, please. Excellent. So this slide shows a number of different things. It helps with lot coverage. It helps identify the physical character for side yard setbacks, and it helps identify the physical character for building length. What I've highlighted in yellow are properties that have a lot coverage more than 33%. And you'll see that that's about 54% of properties. It's a prevailing condition. Lot coverage is exceeding or equal to 40% are represented on about 21% of properties. So about 1/5 of the properties have a lot coverage of 40% or equal to or larger than 40%. Side yard setbacks less than 1 meter. Staff can stay on that one slide, please. Side yard setbacks, you'll see the building footprints of the dwellings on this street alone on Ashton Manor between Grandview and Prince Edward Drive. You'll see side yard setbacks less than 1 meter are represented on over 80% of properties. It is quite common, and actually before bylaw 569/2013 came into effect, the side yard setback requirement in here was 0.9 meters. And that is why we see that condition to be common. It's even the subject site today has one side yard setback that is about half of the 0.9 meters. So it's quite common for side yard setbacks to be reduced in this condition. Building lengths, we'll see that building lengths on this air photo, just again within the immediate context, they vary. But building lengths in excess of 17 meters are also quite common. They reflect about 25% of properties. And we'll see that there's quite a bit of building length changes. If we go to slide number 2, we'll see in magenta, that's the building depth line because the property is a bit of an irregular rectangular lot. So there's your 18.38 meter building depth measurement. The 18.5 meter building length reflects the front window projection, which in my opinion shouldn't count, but it's been counted by the zone examiner, and a rear 1-story bump out. So those are the 2 yellow highlights. Otherwise, the building is 16.86 meters in length on the first story and the second story. You'll see also on this slide, we're trying to avoid a tree in the boulevard. So there's a 4.3 meter driveway width just at that angled portion. Slide number 3 shows a rendering. It's a low profile building. It's less than the permitted height. It's less than the wall height. The building height is 9.2 meters and the wall height is 6.62 meters. And if we go to slide number 4, you'll see that most of the trees on city and private property are being protected. There's one tree that's being impacted due to the as of right condition. So I can speak to the staff report. That staff report deals with the previous proposal.
Before I'm going to interrupt you because let's change this to questions.
Okay.
I think I know what I need to ask to get the information out, but you kind of exceeded your time, so I want to leave it at that. The planning condition, I believe, was based on the pre-revised submission. So we can't tie to variances that are no longer there.
That is correct. You know, if so, in my view, that condition is not necessary. Clearly, if the committee feels that there should be a tie-in for the building length related to the revised site plan, then that should be for the March 31st site plan drawing that was filed.
Correct. I do have a question around that.
Okay.
And with regards to the building length, I just want to clarify the cold room at the front. Is that not part of the building length calculation?
Cold room at the front. Just bear with me 1 second.
So I'm looking at drawing A1 on the revised. Yeah.
Just to get to the basement. No, it's not. It's related to the front bay window.
Okay, so why would the cold room not be included? It's going to be an excavated area, is it not?
That is through Mr. Chairman, the zoning interpretations that come about on this aspect are varied. So in this, they're not, zone examiners are not consistent in this manner.
Okay.
So so it's not counted, no.
Because you're asking for a length of what now on your variance? 18.5, but
18.5 meters.
Yeah, but 18.5 would come short of the full length of that cold room.
Well, that's a zone examination, and I'm not prepared to go back to the zone examiner and try to convince them to add a variance. I'm happy to stick with the 18.5 that they've interpreted this instance.
Okay, no, I'm just, my concern here is that if we approve 18.5, how do we tie it to these drawings? Or if you go with 18.5 and then building says, well, you're beyond 18.5, therefore you've got a problem.
Yeah, well, that would be, through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be the building department that would have to swallow that problem because they're the ones that interpreted these drawings. My suggestion is if you're going to tie the 18.5 meter building length, it would be only to the site plan drawing, not to the floor plans. So not the basement plan, not the first floor plan.
Just the site plan.
Yes, sir. And the reason for not tying it to floor plans is because the property still has to go through building code or fire code. And, interiors can change a little bit, but that's not something that we want to tie.
Okay, I haven't seen an interpretation like this one before, so it kind of confused me.
Understood.
Okay. Any other questions? No?
Just that the April 1st comments from planning, they're tying it to the March 31st, 2026 drawings held on file as it relates to rear yard, building length, and building depth. So we should keep it at that, no? Or are we just limiting it then to site plan only?
Well, their conditions were based on
Yeah, no.
the unreduced
Yeah.
drawings, right? No? That's the revised plan.
They show all the revisions, right? Yeah, that's what I
Okay,
thought. Yeah, no, so that's fine.
okay.
No, that works.
All right, so I have one more question for the applicant. Before we actually go there, there are no other speakers. I'm assuming the neighbor that raised the objections is not registered to speak.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. They were requesting, they were concerned about windows and overlook and all that kind of stuff, but from my understanding, from my interpretation of the drawings, I'm only seeing one window on the ground floor and two windows on the second floor. And one of those is a pantry window and the other one is a washroom window. So I'm just wondering whether the applicant would be willing to frost either of those two windows to placate the concern from the neighbor.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I do have I had a slide in my presentation, but I don't think I need to go there. So the bathroom window on the second floor can be opaque or frosted. Yes, happy to have that as a condition.
Okay.
And the latest information I have from the owners is that they do not intend to include that servery window on the ground floor.
Oh.
So I say that on the record, but I can't think of a way to condition that. But the other important point to make out is, as I was preparing that slide number 5, which staff have immediately brought up, thank you kindly, there are no windows that are directly opposite one another. I investigated that and did the measurements, and they are not opposite. No, the owners, my client, do not want to have windows that face windows on the opposite sides, and privacy works both ways. So
Absolutely.
They'll continue to endeavor to make sure that the windows are offset.
Okay, yeah, and the neighbor has existing windows that do face your client's house, so.
Yes.
And the bedroom window, I mean, the bedroom window is a bedroom window. We can't do much about that.
Yeah, it's a secondary space, and nobody's going to be standing at the window looking out.
So you would not be opposed to a condition that would frost the bathroom window, and a condition that could perhaps speak to if there is a pantry window, it will be frosted?
Yeah, that would be fine. So that would be on the east. Make sure I have that on the right side. So that is on the east side. So that would be a frosted bathroom window on the east elevation in the servery.
And the servery, if provided.
Yeah, both of them are on the east elevation.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So back to the issue of imposing the planning condition. Sorry, I thought that the planning condition related to the original drawings, but I've been told that's not the case.
No, that is the case. That planning staff recommendation is mixing up two things. Planning staff had indicated that they were going to tie the plans, tie the site plan to the originally requested building length and depth. But with the revision, all we have is the length.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yes. So they mixed up the two sets of drawings. So what I would say is that condition could read: the proposed development shall be constructed as illustrated in the site plan drawing A1, submitted March 31st, 2026, and held on file by the Committee of Adjustment as it relates to building length.
Length, got it. Makes sense to me. Bill?
Thank you.
You're okay with that? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll take it into committee then. With whoever's going to do a motion, you've got some potential conditions there that could be attached to that motion. And this would be as revised.
If no one has any comments or questions, I'll table a motion. I'm satisfied this application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval subject to the building being constructed in accordance with the site plan drawing A1 dated March 31st, 2006, as it relates to dwelling length, and also subject to the bathroom window on the east wall being frosted and the window for the servery, if it is constructed, to also be frosted.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Is there a seconder? Okay,
second
Mr.
that.
Dalton?
You're seconding it?
Yep.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romano. On that note, let's take a 5 or
15-minute break.
10-minute break.
Come back at 11?
Go 15?
Yeah, come
All
back
right.
at 11.
11
Perfect.
o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Did we lose Thomas? Okay. Closer to the microphone.
Is that everybody or just me?
You can't hear us in here.
Sometimes we forget, like, I forget to put my mic on. And then sometimes I forget. to
Okay.
Thank you for that.
No. I don't know.
Okay, it's a little bit after 11, so if everyone's back, we should get started again. Okay, thank you for that indulgence of the break. Welcome back. We're on to item 10, which is 170 Wincott Drive. This is an application to construct a new garden suite in the rear yard. There are two variances being requested, one of which has been reduced. Forestry is requesting condition 2 in the event of approval, and we have a number of letters of objection and/or concern. Alexander Overholt is the agent, and I believe Mr. Overholt is online.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Before you start your presentation, I'm just going by material that you submitted recently on the online system. And I just want to ask, the numbers that you're showing there, are these elevations from sea level? Because it's not really helpful, given the numbers you've got on there.
I mean, looking at the roof elevations, they are typical as what's shown on the topographic survey, so it would be based on that typical sea level, yes. But the numbers are relative and comparable to each other, for sure.
Okay, yeah, but it would be nice to equate that to the actual variances that are before us.
Right.
Anyway, just my comments. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. So as you mentioned in the beginning of our application, there are some alterations to our variances, as you may note. Previously, upon submission of our application, we were proposing a height of the cabana of 6.97 meters. After having thorough conversations with community planning, they urged us to, of course, reduce our building height. And we have done so, reducing our height to 5.91 meters. Our garden suite remains in the same location, so the distance from the existing dwelling on site is the same. I am understanding, of course, of the concerns the neighborhood has brought forward. I do want to make two things very clear. One, we are proposing very modest ceiling heights here. Each floor only has a ceiling height of 8 feet. Any lower, of course, would not necessarily be desirable from a functional and aesthetic standpoint. Two, if we were to have a lot that was perchance slightly deeper, and we had the opportunity to shift our garden suites further away from the subject dwelling, perchance to a distance that is 7.5 meters as indicated in the bylaw, our building height for our garden suite here would be allowed to be 6.00 meters. I do believe us reducing it to the 5.91 meters is us trying to pay respect, of course, to the bylaw and the heights with allowable as illustrated within. Now, as indicated on the screen that you have shared, we do have a slight presentation indicated. If you can please move to the next slide. Right. Here is a diagram that illustrates potential sight lines of our garden suite from, of course, Wincott Drive. Due to the existing masses in the front, the vegetation in the front, and the vegetation in the rear, the presence of the cabana, despite having a height that is a variance, is positioned in an area that is strategic to ensure that any disturbance to the existing area from the streetscape perspective, of course, is mitigated. Furthermore, if you go to the next slide, which you did comment on initially, right, our roof line is subjectively lower than the two structures in front of the building, and only slightly larger than the one-story structure on the right. However, because of the existing vegetation on both the public and city boulevard property, we do believe that still this presence of our garden suite is well concealed. That's all my time. Thank you.
You've got more time if you want it.
Variances are minor. There's not much to talk about. I am sympathetic to, of course, the concerns of the neighbors. If there are individuals, of course, in person or on the phone who would like to have a discussion, I'm more than happy to.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members?
Yeah, I have a question. So I have a photograph of your new build, your home. I don't know if it was submitted by you or by somebody else, but I have it. I'm just wondering, was there a previous decision on that house? Like, were there any variances requested for that home?
I'm unfamiliar with the previous history of the existing structure. I do believe the structure may have been purchased by a new homeowner who is our client. I do see where you are going with this house in particular does seem to be quite tall, which of course furthermore conceals the garden suite in the rear.
Yeah, I was going with that actually, going there. But anyway.
Yeah, when I saw the streetscape, I had a very similar thought.
Okay. Did you submit that photograph with your application, or was that submitted by somebody else?
I did not submit photos of the existing house. No, they may have been used in review of the existing vegetation on the property in lieu of the arborist report, but as supporting material, no, I did not focus on the merits of the existing structure, more just the cabana, the garden suite in the rear.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Let's move to other speakers then. We have both in the room and virtual. Those that are here in person, you're welcome to go first if you like. We have Victor and Claudia.
So it's still Victor and also Michelle.
Okay.
So if you both like to speak, you can. If there's one person, okay, perfect.
I'm just going to do a preface before we go to the other speakers, and that is just the understanding that garden suites are a permitted use. So we're not here to question whether they can have a garden suite or not. It's really just the variances that we're focused on, and in this case, it's the height and the distance from the main building.
Committee members.
Good morning.
My name is Michelle. Turn it on. There we go. My name is Michelle Ferreira. I'm here to speak on behalf of the homeowners of 172 Wincott, Victor and Maria Ferreira, who sit directly to the right of this property. I would like to start by suggesting that the classification of these variances as minor are highly exaggerated. This is not a minor variance. This structure is quite large, and it would impinge quite a bit on the homeowners and the neighbors directly beside it. According to the bylaw, the structure should be no more than 4 meters in height. Even with the proposed changes, this is still in quite a bit of excess of the required height. The bylaw as it stands asks that the 4 tests be passed. And in my regard, in the way I see it, neither the minor aspect is respected here, nor is the desirability of the land use. The speaker spoke to whether the lot was larger. The fact is the lot is not larger. It is what it is. And so the construction should respect the bylaw as it stands. The way that this project is proposed, I would argue, transforms it from an ancillary and subordinate suite into what can only be classified as a primary residence. And it must be defined as so, as it stands in the proposal. Because the building is higher than the requirements and closer to the main house, it creates a looming effect and also a fire spread risk that this bylaw in question is created specifically to address. I don't think this can be underscored. We can also speak to the element of privacy. The way that this proposal is created, as you saw with the images, contains several large windows. These large windows would look directly into the neighboring yards, including that of my parents of 172 Wincott, and into the bedrooms in the back of their home. This strips them of their privacy and basically takes away the charm of their home. Not only that, but it also impinges on the market value of their home and desirability for prospective buyers should it enter the market. Furthermore, you mentioned the addition to the house previously. This property has been in a state of construction for quite a long time. The existing building already creates a massive looming effect to that of its neighbors. To add to that would be unconscionable. There has been constant dirt, dust, and noise disruption, and now to create a 2-story secondary primary building is not fair to its neighbors and would further disturb the quiet neighborhood of our block. In addition to this, we have to consider several environmental aspects to this. Not only the solar rights that should be considered, but also that of tree canopy and flood risks. As the proposal stands, the solar rights of the adjacent neighbors would be completely taken away. I've already mentioned that the existing building already creates a large looming, but now this would exceed that. Maria and Victor are retirees. They depend on their garden for not only food that they grow in the summer, but for exercise as well and mental well-being. This structure effectively steals the sunlight from their property. We also have a rich tree canopy in Richview. It is one of the most desirable aspects of our neighborhood and one that we look to protect. There is one existing mature tree that would need to be cut down with this proposal, but we also ask that consideration be made to the disruption of root systems within the protected boundary of the trees. And we also know that Etobicoke has fallen victim to several floods in the last few years, including the Richview neighborhood. My parents' home was victim to a flood within recent years. We contend that the removal of soft landscaping and massive underpinning and concrete would increase this. Has a grading and drainage plan been proven here by the proposal? And I ask of the committee if without it, we can trust that this construction would not create a sizable risk to the homes surrounding it and create more major flooding. The intent of the bylaw in question is to ensure that garden suites remain subordinate. By exceeding the height limit at this proximity, this building ceases to be a garden suite, as I mentioned, and must be defined as a second primary dwelling. Allowing this variance would set a dangerous precedent here, one that would alter the Richview neighborhood considerably. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don't go away. Don't go away. Any questions?
I do. Your clients, I guess your parents, live
Yes.
to the south of this property, correct?
Yes, correct.
That being the case, how would sunlight be impacted?
By the mass of the structure. Our neighbor, our other,
The sun travels through the southern sky, not the
Yes.
north. There'll
It-
be no shading from this property
There
whatsoever?
is shading on the side of the house. It removes sunlight from the windows and the bedrooms at the rear of the house and the side of the house. But also our neighbor to the north directly has been completely robbed of sunlight in their garden, and this would extend that.
The house to the north, I
Yes.
can understand.
Yes, so we're speaking
Your
as well to
property,
their
your
respect.
property I cannot understand because you are south of this property.
The side of the house would
What
be
side?
impacted. The side
What-
of the
what
house.
side?
The side where the existing, the massive structure that exists there.
Yeah.
And then this would create even more shading there as well.
But how could there be shading when the sun is south of your house?
This is what we've noticed. It's not the complete yard, but it does remove some of the sunlight, and we contend the privacy is a major concern here, given that they could see directly into the yard and into the bedrooms of the house as it exists.
Privacy, I accept.
Yes.
Shading, I'm sorry, I do not.
I'm speaking in regard to our neighbors as well, who have lost all their
I'm
sunlight.
talking about the impact on number 172.
Yes.
There is, I'm telling you, absolutely no
Yes, sir, I
impact.
accept that. There has been some minor impact, but I'm also speaking to the neighbors to the north of that who have lost and who are not able to be here, and so I'm speaking for them.
Yes, and to repeat myself, I said I'm talking about impacts on number 172.
Yes, sir.
There is no impact from sunlight, correct
Okay.
me if I'm wrong.
From
this
what
proposal,
we have
given-
noticed.
Sorry, let me
Okay.
finish.
Sure.
Given that your property is south of this
Mm-hmm.
property and the sun travels across the southern sky,
Yes.
all of the shading from this project impacts to the north, east, and west,
Okay, that's fair.
not south.
That's fair.
Okay,
But
thank you.
again, I'm speaking to the other neighbors as well.
Yes, you've said that a number of times, and I've repeated myself a number of
Yes,
times.
I
You've answered
understand.
my question, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else in person? Come on up.
I think Michelle's covered most of it, so
Can we
I'll
get
make
your
it
name
real
and
short.
address, please?
Yeah, sorry. It's Frank Noto,
Okay.
N-O-T-O. I'm at 4 Sheffley Crescent, which is a neighboring home around the corner from the home in question. So good morning. I respectfully submit that the requested variances do not meet the 4 tests required under the Planning Act. I'll go quickly because I know that a lot of it has already been covered, but individually, each of the variations are significant deviation. Taken together, they fundamentally change the scale and placement of the structure. This is not minor. I think Michelle mentioned the same thing. It's a substantial departure from the zoning standards. Secondly, it's not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. They're intended garden suites. First of all, I'm very supportive of garden suites. There's no question about that. I have 4 kids of my own. If I could afford it, I'd probably build one for them as well. But they're intended to be small, subordinate structures. In this case, the proposed building is significantly taller than what is permitted and, in practical terms, is taller than almost all nearby homes and ancillary structures. I'm talking about homes, people's homes in the neighborhood, mostly on Wincott. If you go north and continue all the way along next to the houses, next to this house and then everything beyond it, they're much shorter than what this structure will be, the garden suite structure. Combined with the reduced separation distance, creates concerns about overlook. I think we talked about that. Privacy. I'm not going to talk about shadowing. The scale of development is not consistent with the character of the surrounding area. Third, the general intent and the purpose of the zoning bylaw is not maintained. The bylaw sets limits on height and separation distance, to ensure appropriate massing, privacy, and access to light and air in general. By increasing height while simultaneously decreasing distance between the structures, the proposal undermines those protections. Approving both variances together effectively defeats the purpose of the bylaw. Fourth, the general intent and purpose of the official plan is not maintained. I submit that the official plan emphasizes compatibility with existing neighborhoods and the need for new development to fit within its context. A garden suite of this height and proximity does not represent compatible or sensitive infill. It risks setting a precedent for overscaled ancillary buildings in similar residential areas. In conclusion, the variances are not minor. They're not desirable. They do not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw or the official plan. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away.
Sure.
Any questions? No?
It's just a comment.
Yeah.
Are you aware that if this garden suite was 7.5 meters from the main building,
Mhm.
as opposed to the 5.91 proposed, the height limit is 6 meters?
Yes, I'm aware
So
of
the
that.
issue is really, you're really saying that, I don't.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Yeah, I did look very.
2 meters further
yeah.
back, they can go 6 meters. He's proposing 5.91.
That's correct. That's correct. If they're far enough back,
Yeah.
yes, correct. I understand that. Thank you. Yeah.
I think what the deputant is saying is that when you combine the two variances.
Yeah, it's just.
It winds up being an overbuild for that size of the lot, but anyway.
Yeah, and
it's a cumulative effect.
that's right. It is cumulative. I mean, there's other things that I haven't had a chance. I've never done this before, so I've never had a chance to look into other details. But the softscape, I'm a little bit concerned about that. I'm not sure.
They don't have any variances for that, so we.
Yeah,
can't
so
really
I'm
address
assuming they're doing it right. So other than that, I
Okay,
think the
we
case
got it.
is there.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Never mind, you did very well.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else in the room to speak to this, or shall we go to speakers online now? Nope, okay, so let's go to the speakers that are waiting online.
So, Mr. Chair, for the first one, it's going to be Voiku. They're going to be the primary person speaking.
Okay. Good morning.
Hi there. So basically our main concern with this is I agree with the previous, with Michelle when she spoke before. There's, ever since this house was purchased about 1.5 years ago, there was nobody, it was vacant at all times. Nobody ever lived in it. They tore down the driveway, making a complete mess on the street, like with the dust. We have dust in the house, on the cars, like all the time because of the mess that's been made. The driveway's been torn apart. Nothing's been done to fix that. It's been sitting like that. And secondly, and the main concern we have with this is we are afraid that these are foreign investors that want to rent, to build this garden suite, rent this property out to tenants, and that would have a severe impact on our neighborhood as we dealt with tenants on the street and eviction with people coming in and, you know, disrespecting the people and stuff like that.
We
I'm not
don't
saying
zone
that's-
for, we don't zone for people, so we can't, it's irrelevant to us whether it's going to be used by the family or for rental purposes.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, if we're being asked, like, what the reason why we would be
Well, I'm just
objecting.
saying that the reasons you're giving are not germane to our decision.
Okay, I understand, but like also, the other problem would be is this would create like, you know, disturbance in the neighborhood on our street at least. That's all I'm saying. If and you know, like even with the height, like that would affect the view from our backyard as well. So if you're looking at that, but anyways, that was our main concern.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions? No? Next speaker, please.
Angela, go ahead. Angela, are you there?
Good morning. Okay, why don't we hold Angela? Can we find Tim? Is he available?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Tim Foran. I live across the street and just a few houses south at 181 Wincott. We've owned the house for about 8 years, and we've seen several changes on that property over the years. when we first moved in, the house was a bungalow with about 6 adult males, seemingly using it as almost a rooming house. Then either the owners was themselves or they sold the house, and what was built was something I think we were hearing a few themes of already here, is like a cumulative overbuild. It went from a single bungalow to something that seemed to use up almost every inch of grass in the neighborhood and it towers over the rest of the neighborhood in a way that feels incompatible already with the materials and the nature of the neighborhood. So the idea that this house that is now been sitting, I would say it's been longer than a year and a half, it's been sitting dormant with a dusty driveway and seemingly just a strange effect, is now asking for an additional allowance to build even higher for a backyard property. Seems to set some new dangerous precedent for the neighborhood. I agree with everything that's already been spoken by Michelle. I watch her parents' house, who are probably the greatest attendees to keeping a beautiful house, now have to deal with another impact on their house. Is sad to watch. So I'm here in defense of the neighborhood, of it keeping the character that it already has, and to not be victim to some kind of overscaling and a blight of, well, I'd say it's ugliness. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Have we found Angela?
We can try again. I did send her an email. Let's see. Hello, Angela?
Hi, yes, I'm here. I'm
Perfect.
here. Sorry.
Good morning, welcome.
I'm the house. Hi, thank you for having me. I'm the house north, not just north, but the one beside it, north of the house. And I'm just reiterating everything else that everybody's saying. We're all bungalows in the area. And we have this massive house there. And the house proposed at the back is going to be bigger than my bungalow. So it just goes along with what everybody else is saying.
Okay. Anything else you want to share with us, or?
No, that's it. It's been said by everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, no worries, thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, that's it.
Okay, so let's get Alexander back for a rebuttal.
Thank you. Now, I do appreciate all, I do believe there's about 5 or 6 individuals have come forth and given their concerns. And I do remain sympathetic, of course. And I did make a small list here with, of course, everyone's concerns. I'll do my best to address them. Prior to addressing them, it's important to note that it is imperative to myself that in our design team, we try to develop a program that is, of course, in use to the homeowners of our property. In order to develop a garden suite that is both, appeasing to potential tenants, we have to ensure the program is thoughtfully done. The space in the backyard is restrictive. It's either we're faced with a decision to expand more, which would induce a coverage variance and softscaping variance, potentially even setback variances, or we build upwards and try to pay respect to some of the bylaw. I am sympathetic about privacy concerns to the adjacent neighbors, which is why we have limited our windows on the left and right elevations of the garden suite. Ensure that we try to keep our windows front facing. Now, of course, I understand the reality situation that because of our garden suite is shoved in the back of the property, we still will pay, of course, there will be some privacy concerns, which we're happy to address with fencing and foliage, of course. I believe there was a comment earlier that discussed an overbuild for this property. Now, looking at the existing conditions of the property, there was this rather large one-story detached garage in the behind of this structure. You can see it in the dashed line. I do believe that there is an argument to be made here that us developing a more wider and slimmer profile of a structure and pulling it more towards the rear of the property, in line with the existing frame garage of 172, creates more of an appeasing, massing in the backyard. I am sympathetic, of course, to the removal of trees, and we're happy to have the further discussion with urban forestry if tree planting is required. Their report indicates that they just want us to proceed with, of course, the typical permitting process. A lot of individuals came forth and talked about the existing construction conditions, and I am sympathetic to that, of course. Whatever I can do to speak to the homeowners and the individuals in charge of the construction to address that, I'd be happy to do so. Regarding stormwater management, because our setbacks are favorable and in line with the bylaw and, of course, land development standards, the swales would be properly located, and of course, we will go through a thorough building permit review process to ensure that any stormwater is properly accounted for and drained. We don't want to ensure that any new development and landscaping on our property has any negative effect, of course, to the neighbors. I understand that from a numerical standpoint, our building height, of course, it being a two-story structure with 8-foot tall ceilings, is taller than a typical bungalow. I understand that. But again, I must comment further that if our house, the existing structure, was smaller, in depth, perchance we wouldn't even be here today. I understand I am pushing for a minor variance for height, and I am incurring some sort of difficulty on the adjacent neighbors. But again, we have designed strategically. We have spoken with community planning, which the correspondence is listed in the AIC, to ensure that our proposal meets the merits of not just the bylaw, but community planning's understanding of the adjacent area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What's your landscape coverage? Are you just barely meeting the minimum?
I'll pull up the value right now for you. The allowed landscaping is 50%. That is the minimum. We are proposing 56.34. From a numerical standpoint, the allowed is 84.65 square meters of softscaping. We have 95.38 square meters of softscaping in the rear yard.
Okay, I'm surprised. What you've got shown as terrace, is that it's a hardscape, I'm assuming?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Questions from panel members?
Yep, I have a couple. So the garage, the one-story garage that you just mentioned or talked about, and I'm looking at it right now on Sigma real estate site.
Yes, you see the same listing I've seen.
Yeah, so it's amazing when you block off your house on Street View, you can still access lots of. Has that been torn down?
As of right now, no. It is currently existing. It is currently, of course, not just an aesthetically eyesore from our perspective, but I'm sure the perspectives of the neighbors because of how close it is to the structure. But it is planned to, of course, be demolished in the near future to ensure that if this is approved,
Okay.
we're able to construct the garden suite.
And I assume that part of that, the base of it will be replaced with sod. Is that correct?
Well, as you can see, some of that terrace will extend past and
Will
on top.
extend right to the back where the terrace. So it's mostly terrace. I'm still finding it difficult to believe that you don't have a soft landscaping variance.
I mean, our chart that's shown in our site plan, the bottom right, breaks down the calculations very thoroughly, and we've had multiple reviews with our zoning examiner to verify, which is why 2 different sets of zoning ZAP notices have been submitted to the AIC, and they've confirmed on our end and their end that no softscaping variances here.
Okay, I think that's it for me. I just want to add that I am leaning to refusing this application because I do believe it is an overbuild for this site. I believe the massing is not.
Let's keep that discussion in committee.
I just wanted to say that I'm looking to refuse it.
But if there's no other questions, then let's start that discussion. No? Okay. Sorry. I
feel that this is asking too much of this site, that you know, we already have a two-story house on the site. I don't know what the FSI is because I don't have a previous decision on this, but I suspect that there were some variances involved. Looks like there's also an addition on the back of this building too as well. It's not just a straightforward home. There is an addition that stretches out to the backyard, at least it looks like it.
Beyond the other two houses.
Beyond the other two houses, yeah. So there's a lot of unfortunate massing on this site, even now, without the garden suite. And I think it's incumbent on us as a committee to make sure that garden suites adhere to the standards that the city has set. And you're here before us. If you were building this as of right, you wouldn't be here before us. But you're here before us because there are variances involved. And I already think that without knowing what the previous decisions were on this house, I just feel that the cumulative effect of this site, the massing on this site, is not a good one. Anyway, I haven't made a motion. I'm just making an argument.
No, that's fine. I mean, we'll call this a discussion prior to any motions. I mean, I share your concerns to some degree. It does look like a bit of an overbuild with what's being proposed. And the reason, you know, you can use the argument, if we had the depth, well, if you had the depth, you'd also have the space and it wouldn't be an issue. But anyway, I leave it to my fellow committee members for a motion or further discussion. Go ahead.
I don't know where it's going to go, but I'll make it. No, I appreciate receiving everyone's comments, but what's before us are two variances for reduced height and based on the information provided. I'd like to move a motion for approval, as I believe the application meets the four tests subject to the April 1st, 2026 Environment, Climate, and Forestry memo noting condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder to that motion?
Yeah, I'll second that with just another comment, and I kind of hearkened to this in my comments earlier. If this garden suite was 1.5 plus a little bit meters further away from the main building, we wouldn't be here today. So I'm really wondering, I hear and appreciate the comments about an overbuild, but I'm really wondering if this building was minimally moved a little further away from the main building, I really think the negative aspects of this garden suite would not really be changed noticeably or appreciably. I'm compelled by the fact that our planning department has said they're okay with the 5.91 meter height. And they didn't say it directly, but they're also aware that it's only 5.08 meters from the main building. So I just, it could be an overbuild, but I don't think it's substantially greater than it would be if for a 1.5 meter difference in the distance between it and the main house. So I don't think we're, I guess I'm just seconding a motion.
You think it's minor?
I think it's minor.
Okay, so seconded by Donald Taylor. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, I'm going to have to abstain, so the motion will pass on a split vote.
Sorry, can I just say one thing? It's 2.5, not 1.5.
Yeah.
It's 2.5 meters, not 1.5 meters.
Mhm.
I don't know if that changes you, but it is 2.5, not 1.5.
It doesn't,
2.5 would be 5 meters. He's proposing. 2.5 would be 5 meters. He's proposing almost 6. So it's 2.5.
no, but we're talking distance, not height.
Yeah, distance.
The distance is 5.
The suite will only be 5.08 meters from,
Oh, yeah.
that
Sorry.
doesn't change.
Yep, doesn't change my views, but appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that decision winds up being approved on a split decision, as I'm not allowed to vote to create a tie. So it's a 2-to-1 approval. Thank you to everyone for participating. Okay, item 11 has been deferred. Item 12 is 1671 Kipling Avenue. This is an application to convert the existing detached garage in the rear yard into a garden suite and to construct a new shed in the rear yard. There are 7 variances being requested. We have a number of letters in support. And
So, Mr. Chair, there's a change of the person. It's Trevor Barnes is going to be speaking.
okay. Okay, so it's not Andrew.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, so could we get name and address then, please?
Yes, it's my name's Trevor Barnes from 1671 Kipling Avenue. That's the home we're talking about.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee and staff. My wife and I are here to address the variances concerning the coach house and apartment in our rear lot. Some history, our house dates back to 1897 and was reportedly built by the Dixon extended family from Dixon Road. I'm sure you're all familiar. Cool. Also, our coach house on the property was constructed in the late 1970s. We bought this property in 1996 from Kelly's parents, who had purchased the property in 1989. At that point, there was already an existing second-story apartment in the coach house, which was a rare and unique feature for the family to purchase. We've been informed by the city that they are unaware of the building and second-floor apartment's existence, as this would have taken place during the former city of Etobicoke's administration prior to amalgamation. We're here to comply with the city's request to apply for a building permit for the apartment through the Committee of Adjustment process. Our architect has been in contact with city planning, who have stated they have no concerns at this time. We have canvassed the neighborhood and have provided 10 letters of support. Our local neighbors have been very supportive and wishing us well with this procedure. We did not encounter any opposition towards the coach house as it stands. We received confirmation from long-standing homeowners residing at 11 and 14 Warbeck Place, which is the street directly behind our property, that this structure has existed from the late 1970s. Our neighbor at number 14 Warbeck Place had mentioned that the structure has already gone through Committee of Adjustment prior to its construction, as she has been residing in her home since 1973. Our neighbor at 22 Warbeck Place, which is the property directly to the east, so the bottom of our property, have told us they enjoy the fact that the coach house and garden shed offer a substantial noise and wind buffer from busy Kipling Avenue. Not to mention it's a conversation piece from days gone by. Our other neighbor to the south, residing at 1669 Kipling Avenue, have stated in their letter of support that there are no issues with the rear lot coach house and garden shed. They've told us that it receives many compliments from their visiting guests. Overall, we feel this coach house has been part of the community for many years, and people seem to also enjoy its presence in our neighborhood, as stated by the compliments in their letters of support. We're approached regularly from passers-by, complimenting us on how fitting the old farmhouse and barn looks in the neighborhood. In conclusion, we hope the committee finds these variances minor and acceptable so that we can proceed with the next stages of this process. Thank you for your time and consideration, Trevor and my wife, Kelly.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And by the way, my architect here is here to answer any technical questions you may have.
I have a quick question for you. The immediate neighbor to this coach house at 18 Warbeck, I'm assuming is a transformer station?
The immediate neighbor to the north, yes. That's a substation owned by Toronto
Hydro.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, so that's your immediate impact, right?
Yeah, they're great neighbors, yeah.
Probably not too much noise from there.
A constant humming.
Humming,
but that's
yeah. Okay.
Very few parties, though.
Yeah.
Very few parties.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah,
Very good. Any other questions? No? Okay.
Just a comment that I'm glad you're, restoring it and improving on it. It's going to be fabulous, I'm sure, so.
Thank you very much, yeah. It's quite a nice property. This is our 30th year there. We enjoy it immensely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going to ask, I think there is a speaker online, so we're going to have, you can sit down for a bit if you want, and we'll have you come back up after.
Thank you.
Do we have someone online?
So they did register for online. They're not currently online right now. I did just email them the link again. That the email was sent to them prior to the committee.
Okay, but you don't have them right now?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming there's no one else, excuse me.
Yep, no one else.
Excuse me, may I ask what address that neighbor was from? Because I did receive a letter from, or a text from someone who's not going to be able to make it.
That was a 1669 Kipling Avenue.
Okay, no, it wasn't her. Yeah, thank
No,
you.
this is, actually, don't go away, because we're going to, we thought there was someone going to speak in opposition, and we're going to give you a chance to do a rebuttal, but since there's no one else there and there's no other speakers,
Yeah.
We're just going to see if we have any other questions, and we can take it into committee then.
That was my neighbor that did give me a letter approving it, and that's my direct neighbor to the south.
Okay, because I didn't see any letters of objection, but the speaker was stated as an objector, so.
Oh, no.
That's fine.
No, we have fabulous neighbors, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to go through the process.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, then we will get you to sit down. Thanks.
I need the exercise.
No worries.
Just one comment. In order to have fabulous neighbors, you have to be a fabulous neighbor. There you go.
That would be my wife.
Okay, so let's take it into committee. If anyone's ready for a motion, or I'm assuming we don't need any more discussion.
I've got my mic on, so why not?
Okay.
I'm more than happy. I believe this meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? That's unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, lucky 13. So we have item 13 next, 6 Princeton Road. This is an application to construct a 3rd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a 3-story north side and rear addition, a new rear deck, a new 1-story cabana, and a new pool in the rear yard. The existing detached garage in the rear yard will be demolished. There are 5 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting denial, or in the alternative conditions 2 and 3. The applicant has provided an arborist report. We have 8 letters of objection, and we have a support petition, or a petition in support. And Franco Romano is the agent.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks, staff, for bringing up those my slides. Appreciate that. So, just in speaking to the support were individual letters that were filed. It may be kind of formish letters, but they were individual letters. The owner did go out and speak to neighbors, and is aware that there's some opposition, and I'll speak partially to that, and then see if anyone is here to speak in opposition. Slide number 1 shows the street, Princeton, and the subject site is located towards the bottom of this slide, to the left. It's the third property in. What this slide illustrates is, as an air photo illustrates, that properties exceeding 33% lot coverage is commonplace, not only in the neighborhood, but also in the immediate context. It ranges up to 48.7%, and the lot coverages in excess or equal to 40% are represented by about 18% of properties on the street, and 57% exceed 33%. So it's a common characteristic and condition. Go to slide number 2. What I've shown on slide number 2, or back, yes, perfect. So in yellow is the existing footprint of the house in the middle of the frame, and to the left, the existing footprint of the garage. So the cabana will overlap a garage location, but be smaller. And I'll speak a little more to that in short order. The dwelling addition, what I'm also showing on the site plan, if you go from left to right, there is the deck that is about 35 to 40 centimeters off of grade. So 2 steps up and you're on the deck. Then there is a 1-story bump out. And there is a 2-story component. And then you see the 3-story component has got a broken line both on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. The right-hand side is beneath the yellow overlap. That 3-story portion is just about 9.8 meters in length, and it is in dormer format. So you won't see it from the front, and there is a dormer at the back, and there are no side windows, although there is a staircase window on the bottom of the building on this slide. To the right of that 3rd story, you'll see the 2-story component again. So the lot coverage consists of the house, which is 28.3%, the rear porch or deck, which is 4.7%. And you heard earlier today from another architect that if it's 5% or less, it shouldn't count. In this case, the zoning examiner is counting it. And then the 6.3% is the cabana. So the cabana is much smaller than what could be permitted as of right for an ancillary structure in the backyard. And I'll speak to that shortly as well. You'll see that there's a good alignment with neighboring dwellings, and the building length for the entire dwelling is between 13.17 meters and 14.24 meters. So well up beneath what is permitted. If we go to slide number 3, we'll see on the side elevations on the right-hand side, those windows are for the staircase. And on the left-hand side, the north side elevation has 2 bathroom windows. So each floor is 8.8 and 9.8 feet. You'll see so 8 feet 8 inches, 2.64 meters. So they are modest floor heights. The wall height is in between 5.1 meters to 6.81 meters. And what I'm showing in purple is the building addition, and then in aqua, that is recessed, the building addition that is recessed from the side walls. So it's a fairly modest, low profile building. If we look at slide number 4, we'll see that it presents as a 2-story building, and the 3rd floor is built within the roof line. In terms of that roof line, there is a height variance of 46 centimeters, so 9.96 meters instead of 9.5. And that puts the building just slightly taller than the neighboring dwellings as compared to the neighboring dwellings today being 1.22 meters taller than the subject site. So in terms of floor space index, the proposal fits within what we see as up to 0.83 within the neighborhood on neighboring streets. And I submit that what is being proposed here is minor in nature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions before we go to speakers? No? Okay. We have a number of people in person, I believe, for starters. David Terrell? Good morning, still. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. My name's Dave Terrell, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Committee of Adjustment for taking the time to consider our input for the redevelopment of 6 Princeton Road. For over 40 years, my wife, Gail Weiler, who's over here, and I have been owners and have lived at 115 Brentwood Road North. We are the backyard neighbors of 6 Princeton Road, owned by Damon Fox and his wife, who purchased 6 Princeton Road last fall. The proposed redevelopment is of a concern to us for 3 reasons. First of all, the proposed pool would certainly destroy our well-maintained and healthy backyard tree, which our arborists estimated to be 100 years old and which was measured to be 102 centimeters in diameter. That's over a meter and about 40 inches, okay? Secondly, the proposed cabana would significantly injure not only our tree, but also similar-sized trees of our neighbors at 113 Brentwood Road North and 4 Princeton. And thirdly, the massive size of the proposed redevelopment building, requiring 5 variances, certainly seems excessive. It appears that the proposed redevelopment plans for 6 Princeton assumes that the injury or destruction to 3 large trees would be acceptable, and secondly, that the significant variances required would be automatically accepted. It is important to note the significant errors and omissions that have been made by the 3 parties involved in this proposed redevelopment. Regarding Sakura Design, as a retired professional civil engineer, I find it hard to understand how Sakura could table a site plan with approximately 75% of the pool being located within the tree protection zone of our large backyard red oak. Tree protection zones are areas where digging is prohibited. In addition, Sakura has proposed a 1-story cabana with basement, which encroaches 3 tree protection zones that are nearby, so all the nearby trees. And also, by them labeling the building as a 1-story cabana is very misleading, as it should have properly been classified as a garden suite. Regarding Max Dita's arborist report, as mentioned in my submission, which you would have seen, the report had 4 major flaws. In addition, it was obvious to all 3 arborists that made subsequent site visits that the location of the pool and the cabana were clearly problematic. Thus, it's hard to believe that Dita, an accredited arborist, would suggest an exploratory excavation to assess the presence of tree roots. What could an exploratory excavation possibly achieve? Regarding Princeton's owner, Damon Fox, he had been providing incorrect and misleading information to the neighbors while canvassing for their support. And I'd mentioned 4 examples in my submission. Regarding the variances requested, I'll let others address our common concerns. And regarding the 4 tests that are considered to approve variances, all 4 tests have been addressed or will be addressed by others, but I'll partially address 2 of these tests. Regarding the test, the proposal being desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land and or building, it is clearly unacceptable to destroy or injure 3 healthy, majestic private trees, which the neighborhood is known for, just to accommodate the installation of a pool and cabana that only benefits a single homeowner. Regarding the condition to maintain the general intent of the official plan, as per the city's tree protection plan memorandum submitted to you, the proposed redevelopment does not meet the requirements of Section 3.4, the Natural Environment Policy, which involves preserving and enhancing the urban forests and providing suitable environment, especially for long-living native and large shade trees. In closing, my wife and I believe that your committee should act on the city urban forestry request for a complete denial of the variances. The owners of 6 Princeton simply need to present a more viable plan for redevelopment. And I'd be glad to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Good presentation, thank you.
Okay.
Gail Wheeler? No, that's the same property, so, Moira?
Yes, that's me.
Come on up.
Hi. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
My name is Moira Bell, and I live at 119 Brentwood Road, which is in the Kingsway, and we have been there for over 40 years. So I appreciate the opportunity to present my perspective and register my concern respectfully for the impact of the proposed pool and cabana at 6 Princeton Road that have on 3 major 100-year-old trees on the neighboring property. And these trees are perfectly visible and absolutely wonderful from many people's backyards, including my own. They define the feature of the streetscape, the nature of the neighborhood, and simply cannot be replaced. The City of Toronto themselves commissioned 2 independent professional studies on the question of the trees, and they concluded that the trees could be lost if the project proceeds as is currently proposed. I think that that is a significant finding that warrants serious committee consideration. I also believe that the variances are not minor in this regard. I'm asking not that the project be denied, but rather significantly altered to ensure that the committee requires the revisions to proceed without endangering these irreplaceable trees. The studies clearly point in that direction, and I feel that this is a responsible path forward for us to consider at this meeting. They're 100-year-old trees. Once they're gone, and no replanting can restore that tree. They define the canopy, the character, and the identity of the Kingsway in a way that no structure can replicate. So I sincerely request that the committee weigh this evidence and carefully decide, reflecting both the facts and the long-term interests of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? Okay, thank you. And we have one more speaker in the room.
So that person was registered as in person, but they are virtual instead.
Okay.
So we can just start the virtual at this
Sure.
point.
Unless there's anyone else here that's not registered in person? No. Okay.
So I'll be connecting Roger Harris and Kiara Borelli.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you all. Good afternoon. I'm Roger Harris, and my wife and I live at 118 Brentwood Road North. And we have submitted a document objecting to the variances. So I won't repeat that, but I just wanted to pick up on Mr. Romano's characterization of the property, proposed property, as a fairly modest, low-profile building. That's his subjective opinion. Mine would be that it is a hulking monstrosity. But regardless of those subjective opinions, more objectively, he's proposing to increase the floor space index by 50%. That's in no way a minor variance, friends. I don't think that it can reasonably be construed as such. There's additional problems with the lot coverage, the height, the setbacks, but really my primary objection is this huge 50% increase above the permitted index. There's other objections too that my friends have already raised, but essentially it doesn't meet any of the 4 parts of the test, and I've set those out in our written proposals. And those are my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have another speaker online. Is it Claire? Claire.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is this Claire Lamb?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you. Since 1978, I've lived at 4 Princeton, the house immediately to the south of 6 Princeton, and want to thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns regarding the proposed changes to that property. First and foremost, the sheer mass of the proposed house will significantly impact my home. In particular, it will almost entirely cut off both light and view from a north-facing window of one of my most frequently used rooms. This loss will negatively impact not only the functionality of the space, but also the overall enjoyment of my home. Additionally, the scale and appearance of the rear portion of the building are both unattractive and out of proportion to the surrounding homes. This is clearly demonstrated by looking at slide number 3 of the applicant's presentation to the city and on submission to the committee website, which are largely due to the proposed lot coverage being 20% over what the zoning laws permit, the proposed floor space index being 50% over what the zoning bylaws permit, and the building height of being 0.26 meters higher than or greater than the zoning bylaws. I'm also concerned about the parking arrangements. The property owner indicated to me that the city requires parking at the rear of the house. However, my understanding is that such a requirement typically applies when a dwelling is intended to accommodate multiple vehicles, often associated with multi-unit occupancy. This raises concern that the proposed single-family home may, in practice, be used to house multiple families or units. If so, this would further intensify the use of the property in a way that is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. The inclusion of rear parking will also diminish the enjoyment of my backyard. Instead of a residential view, I will be faced with a large wall and what will effectively function as a parking lot. This change will have substantial negative impact on the privacy and tranquility of my outdoor space. Additionally, I note there appears to be no provision for garbage or recycling bins storage in the submitted plans. I'm concerned where these bins will be placed. I also acknowledge that the front facade of the proposed house is well designed and generally consistent with the character of the neighborhood. It is important to recognize that residents primarily use and enjoy their backyards. The design and scale of the rear of the building do not reflect the existing character of the surrounding properties and will adversely affect neighboring homes. I believe that the committee should not be satisfied that the variants that are requested are minor. It should not be satisfied the proposal is appropriate to the development of the land and building, and it should not be satisfied that the general intent of the city zoning codes are maintained. For these reasons, I respectfully request the committee carefully consider the impact of the proposal on adjacent properties and the broader neighborhood before granting any approval. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Any questions? No? Okay. So Mr. Cuthbert?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, very loudly.
Okay. Thank you, the Committee of Adjustments, for allowing me to speak. My name is Christopher Scott Cuthbert, and I live at 8 Lynn Grove Avenue. My wife and I, are 2 houses south of Princeton, 12 meters in distance. I'm here to discuss that some of the requested variances are not minor and not appropriate in the context of the neighborhood, especially for the neighbors in close proximity to 6 Princeton Road. The area of the proposed dwelling is far too large for the size of the lot. The proposed versus maximum coverage is material. 39.7 proposed versus 33% maximum. The rear extension and porch proposed combined will be approximately 15 feet beyond both number 4 and number 8 Princeton home rear walls. The third story extension will essentially have a flat roof. This means that the back of the house will have significant density, amassing, and is an overbuild. The proposed house design will significantly eliminate privacy in the backyards of nearby neighbors and does not conform to nearby homes. We believe that having a floor space index of 0.75 is extremely excessive relative to the nearby neighbors. This is 50% greater than what is allowed and is major. We also have concerns that the gross floor area does not include the proposed cabana. The cabana will have a basement, a fully functioning bathroom, and other amenities. This should be added to the gross floor area as it's essentially an extension or another living space or dwelling. When using the cabana in the calculation, the FSI will be 0.81. This is 62% greater than the maximum allowed and is a major variance. In addition, we believe the proposed cabana should be classified as a garden suite. The cabana could be easily altered to add a kitchen and a bedroom due to its size. Like having the altered dwelling with a height of 9.96 meters, if it was a standard pitch shaped roof, is a minor variance. Having a slightly sloping roof with a height of 9.96 meters is a major variance. By my estimates, the square footage above 9.5 meters will be around 700 square feet. This is significant and is a serious amassing concern. We are concerned about the location of the pool and the cabana. There are multiple legacy trees, such as oak, more than 90 centimeters in diameter in the vicinity, and there are at least 3 trees that will be affected by the pool and basement, a cabana due to significant depth of digging required. These trees may not survive the renovation. These trees must be preserved at all costs. We have concerns that the owner of 6 Princeton may have misinformed and incorrectly influenced nearby neighbors with his own presentation deck. I'm not going to go over each point, but it's clear that many of his numbers and comments were either incorrect or exaggerated to his benefit. This is another reason why we believe the cabana will not stay as a cabana. In addition, the owner may try to turn 6 Princeton into a triplex. In summary, we feel that the requested variances are major. The proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of land, nor general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code. The neighborhood or the Kingsway area needs to maintain its history with moderately sized homes and an amazing tree canopy, and not massing homes on average lot size, which 6 Princeton will become all 4,000 square feet garden suite, like included with 7 washrooms and an elevator. I'm sure the visionary and developer behind the Kingsway area, Robert Holmesmith, will not approve these major variances, and nor should the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I'll move on to the next.
Just a comment, the cabana has been included in the overall coverage.
It's included in the.
It is included.
In the FSI.
He's maintaining it's not, but it is.
Sorry.
Are you sure about that?
Yep, I'm looking at the drawings right now. And it's noted as.
Look at the floor.
The total is 176.92, which brings it up to the 39.7 for total coverage.
No, in the FSI, sorry. Look at the FSI and how that's calculated.
FSI. Oh, it's in. It's in.
The variance actually states that it includes an detached garage, and yeah, so it should be included in both.
Based off of what I saw for the FSI when it calculated it, it included the ground floor, the second floor, and then the third floor. It did not include the cabana.
We'll get the agent to clarify that for sure.
Okay, yeah, in the documents, that's what I saw, and that's how they got to 0.75. that's why I quoted the 0.81.
Yeah, I didn't do those calculations, but in the coverage, it's definitely included.
Yes, but in the FSI, it's not. So in the documents on the city website, on the page where it calculates FSI, they did not include the cabana. Just wanted to clarify that. You know, if you could double check in the
Let's
documents.
go to the agent right now to ask that question. Well, yeah, to us, it's what's on the notice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
So, Frank, in your, I mean, is a cabana included in the FSI calculation of 332.75 square meters?
No.
It's not?
No.
Okay, so that's clarified, but it is included in the lot coverage, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That was what I had assumed, so, okay.
You're welcome.
Clarified. We have one more speaker.
Yes, I'll connect them now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My wife and I at 116 Brentwood Road mostly are concerned about the city's desire to maintain its fragile tree canopy, especially by impressive and hardy 100-year-old oaks that by all accounts, I believe, should qualify as part of the Toronto's heritage trees. We think that the application will negatively impact the city's policy to protect the city's tree canopy. By allowing the applicant to dig a swimming pool and a basement for its canopy at the rear of the property, there's ample opportunity for the oak and basswood trees in question to be severely injured and potentially die as a result. We have evidence of that in the neighborhood with other properties that have had that kind of experience. The trees in question are important to the character of the area, developed as a planned community by Robert Holmes Smith in the 1930s, also known at that time as Humber Valley Village. I hope that you will agree to our objection and not grant these variances, which we believe are not minor in any way. However, if you are inclined to agree with some of them, please consider only approving a realignment of the swimming pool closer to the back deck of the house. And we also believe that there doesn't need to be a basement for the cabana. This will help ensure the tree's root systems will not be negatively impacted. So thank you very much for listening to our objection to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No, there's not.
Okay, so I'm going to get Mr. Romano back for a rebuttal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. Thanks to all the residents that spoke. I'm happy to proceed now, sir, unless there's something you want to ask me first.
I do have some questions, and I guess I'll let you do the rebuttal first and then ask you. My questions really have to do with what communication you have had with forestry.
Yes, I'll speak to that as part of my rebuttal, sir. And then if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. So if staff can bring up slide number 2 of my presentation, please. If you recall, this slide shows the existing dwelling and garage, proposed dwelling in the garage, and then cabana. Slide number 2. So firstly, in relation to number 4, Princeton, which is the dwelling outline outside of the red box on the bottom of this page, the separation distance between these dwellings is 3.17 meters, of which 2.29 meters is on the subject property. So the subject property would have a south side yard setback of 2.29 meters, and that is the driveway that leads to the rear parking space. So that is a substantial distance, and that would in no way, and the proposal would in no way result in loss of views or privacy. I already mentioned that the south side windows relate to staircase and a bathroom window. So there are no living space windows facing the south, and the proposed building height variance of 46 centimeters will not impact views in any substantial way. I will point out that number 4 Princeton, so that's the neighboring house on the bottom of that page, is currently 1.22 meters taller than the house on the subject site. And that differential will flip, but in a much less manner, much less. The proposed dwelling would be 27 centimeters taller than number 4, and that is centrally located within the footprint and that 9.7 to 9.8 meter third floor, which would be a roof if it didn't have living space within it. In terms of the cabana, it is not living area. However, this is a neighborhood where a garden suite is permitted. And if a garden suite that is double the size of the proposed cabana were proposed, would be a little farther away from the side and the rear lot line, the south side and the rear lot line. It would be double in footprint. It would not result in any FSI on the subject site because once you have that second suite on the site, floor space index is not regulated, and lot coverage would be larger. You're allowed to go to 45%. So that would be as of right. That is not what is being proposed. If we flip to slide number 5, please. This is the tree preservation plan, and the TPP was prepared by Etobicoke's chief urban forester, Max Dita, who's now retired and does arborist work on a consulting basis. And in this case, Princeton is at the bottom of the page and the rear lot line is at the top of the page. And we'll see the proposed cabana, it's in an outline. And we'll see the tree protection zone of 2 large trees, one to at the top. And if you zoom in on that, you will see that that tree hugs a large garage that is located at the rear of number 115 Brentwood, the first speaker. It is right beside it. It hugs it. But if we come to the subject site in the cabana, we'll see that the circle that is the TPZ is being impinged by less than 10%. And less than 10% is an acceptable injury to a tree, regardless of its age. Upward of 25% of a TPZ has been considered acceptable by urban forestry. So I do not see how the proposal, especially since this is already a concrete pad of a garage, how the proposal would result in the removal of that tree. It's not going to result in the removal of the tree. The owner doesn't wish to have that tree removed. It's not part of their aim or practice. In fact, the part that's part of the TPZ injury there would be permitted as of right. You can construct a shed less than 10 square meters in that vicinity. So in terms of the pool, the second tree that's off to the left is not being affected whatsoever. That TPZ is not being affected whatsoever. So the design and location of the cabana is being made sensitively in relation to trees. There are no variances for the pool. Pool is as of right. However, the owner has given me their undertaking that they're going to relocate the pool so that it does not affect that TPZ in the manner that would be permitted as of right. So that would be an improvement. So subject to any questions, Mr. Chairman, I submit that the variance request, there's no planning objections.
Okay, we're gonna wrap it up, and don't go away with that slide, because my first question pertains to that slide.
Okay.
You've talked about having a minor impact by the cabana, but what about the pool? I mean, what's being proposed is an in-ground pool. What depth is that going to, and will that not interfere with the tree protection zone of tree number 3 and the roots of that tree?
That pool, thank you for that question. So the pool has no variances before this panel today. The pool is permitted as of right, and yes, it will impact the TPZ. So the owner has given me the undertaking that that pool is going to be relocated so then it is not in that orientation and will be largely outside of the TPZ.
Okay,
There are no variances associated with that pool.
Mr. Romano, you're aware that the landscaping requirements for pools will be changing soon? And
That's being taken into account in this review.
And under the new regime, would you not have a landscaping deficiency?
No, no, the pool is not part of the soft landscaping in this calculation.
It's not?
It's not.
Okay. With regards to forestry recommending refusal, I believe their concerns are primarily with the location of the tree vis-a-vis the pool. So what discussions have you had with them?
Through the applicant's arborist, the submission has been made that the cabana will have a minor and not negative impact on injury to the tree, and that the pool, as the owner has indicated, the pool is going to be relocated, so then it's outside of the TP set.
What has forestry's response been to that?
No response.
Okay. I would argue that the effect of the cabana is not the same as a on-slab garage, because you're proposing to do a basement, which means you're going to go to a depth where it will interfere with the tree roots, whereas the frame garage in the back, the roots would be going underneath it. So I'm not sure if it's the same. I wouldn't equate it equally. But that's just a comment on my part.
Well, yeah, well, I'll take that as a question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So once again, if urban forestry has a concern with the partial basement that is within that TPZ, then that portion of the basement will not be excavated. But if urban forestry deems it to be acceptable, then it can be excavated. Okay. And again, that is under the purview of urban forestry. Again, as compared to an as-of-right construction, whether it's a garage with a basement, and there are plenty of those, or a garden suite with a basement, that is all permitted as of right.
Okay. I'm not so concerned here about what's as of right and what's not, but how do we save the tree from a practical perspective? And you're saying that the pool is going to be relocated closer to the house. Can you give us some dimensions on that?
It would be similar to you're flipping it 90 degrees. So then what would be to the right of on this slide, what would be to the right of the cabana would be soft landscape. So we'll remove the garage slab and it would be soft landscaping. And then the pool would be flipped 90 degrees and move closer to the back terrace or porch. Same dimensions, totally outside of the TP set.
Okay, but completely turning that pool 90 degrees.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we don't know that. Normally, we're done now, but
well, I think this is significant. Like that drawing is incorrect. First of all, there's a large tree in the lot of 113 Brentwood Road North, which is in the top left corner of that drawing, that actually is much closer to the cabana than our tree in 115. Our tree is tree number 3.
So you're saying there's a tree that's missing?
There's a tree that's missing, and that I pointed that out in my submission here, that there's several real problems with DITA's arborist report. The tree sizes are all wrong. Like he's got the tree number 3 there is 82 centimeters when in fact it's 102. How could he be wrong by 20 centimeters? Okay, so that
so
would mean.
Where is this missing tree?
The missing tree is 4 or 4.5 meters. Yeah, right there, roughly. okay? 4.5 meters from the 6 Princeton property. It isn't there, and it's supposed to be there because it's within 6 meters of the property.
Okay.
So that's a major issue with the
Can you see
arborist
that
reports.
on Google?
That's one major issue, and the sizes were all wrong. You know, like the one in 113 was a identical size to the tree number 3. Okay, and it's much closer to the cabana.
Thank you. I'm going to get the agent a couple of minutes to try to respond to your comments.
Okay, fine. So the 2 points is that there's another tree, and the tree measurements were wrong on all 3. Okay.
Urban Forestry is asking for refusal on this application. Some of the variances, anyway.
Yeah. And that's exactly why I wanted Mr. Romano to address what their situation is currently with forestry. So, sorry, Franco, can you address those comments? Like, is there a tree missing, or you're not aware of that, I guess, or?
I'm not aware of a missing tree. We have an arborist report that's been on file, and we have urban forestry that's written in a letter that says that they identify the one tree, the oak tree that's identified on as tree 3 on this drawing, and they are recommending refusal of the lot coverage because it will result in the removal of that tree, which our arborist and I disagree with. I don't know how one can make that claim based on the construction of the cabana. There is no lot coverage variance associated with the pool. The lot coverage related to the house and the cabana is what is before this committee. And if the committee feels that the lot coverage associated with the pool, with the cabana is too much, and I haven't heard any evidence to support that. The tree is going to be protected. We can have no excavation of the basement within the TPZ. Happy to have that as a condition. And the pool is going to be relocated to be outside of the TPZ.
Can we put that as a condition as well?
Yeah, you can put that as so the pool.
So you're breaking up.
I'll leave it to the Secretary Treasurer whether or not that is something that they can that the committee can impose, because there are no variances.
No variances for that. Understood.
There's a picture of that tree in the last page of my submission. All 3 trees in the last page of my submission.
Mr. Chair, typically conditions have to be germane to what's before you in terms of the variances. And forestry has their area of jurisdiction, and this committee has its through the zoning bylaw. They are two, although related processes, they are exclusive of each other as well. So although the applicant is open to including it as a condition, this committee does have the power to impose conditions, but typically it would.
No, I mean, we could impose a condition that there be no basement in the cabana.
The applicant has said that it's not related to any variances, but if you want to tie it into the coverage, if it is part of that,
that would be where I would see the connection. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was just going to say that if we do approve it, and it goes back to urban forestry because they have to go in for permit and application of permit, then if forestry comes back and says, I'll give you the cabana at grade and above, they'll have to take away the basement.
Yeah.
If they determine it's going to impact it. So it's still in their court, regardless. And I don't think we can really impose that because we don't know.
Okay.
Can I just add to, you know, the 46.6% GFA increase, I don't really think that's minor. It's
Well,
it's
the next thing I was going to say is
pretty hefty.
that's the discussion around the tree. There's other variances here that we also need to discuss.
Yeah, and I just did.
Yep. So good segue.
So, number 1. Sorry, number 2. That variance, 46.6%.
Yeah, and I think the argument from Mr. Romano was that there are precedents for all of these, but I'm not sure if there's a precedent which combines cumulatively all of these. And I think that's the real issue that's before us.
Is that a question, Mr. Chairman? Because I can provide all kinds of examples of lot coverage and floor space index. We have nine Princeton approaching 70% at 36.3% lot coverage. 18 Princeton, I just have it at 125 plus 35% at 36.9%. 34 Princeton, 0.73, over 33% lot coverage.
Okay, so but these are lot coverage only. What
Those
am
are
I?
those are FSI and lot coverage.
Okay.
Both of them. They're quite common on Princeton, on Brentwood. They're also common. We have many of these FSI variances in the zoning bylaw. Sometimes they're expressed as a FSI, and other times they're expressed just as 125 square meters plus a percentage. So it doesn't give the total FSI, because that's just how the zoning examiner have identified them. So we have like 36 Brentwood, 125 square meters plus 61.29% with a lot coverage of over 37%. 65 Brentwood, 0.58, 35% lot coverage. 127 Brentwood, 0.8.
Okay, we get it. You know, you're not quite there at the just under 40, which is where you're at, but there's comparable.
Mr. Romano, what about in the immediate block?
Yes, on the immediate block.
Are there any examples in the immediate block?
Yep, 0.8.
Which is the street address?
I have to get, I have to pull it up. Sorry, Madam Chair. Or sorry, through Madam, Mr. Chairman. I just have to give my address now. It's not opening for me.
Okay, I don't want to take too much time just kind of waiting, so I just want to.
Go ahead.
I'll let you get, you know what, we're going to do something a little unusual. Let's continue our discussion. If he has the calculation, we'll come back to that. So. I think the question here, lost my train of thought now. Okay, sorry, Mr. Romano, do you have that example or?
Yep, number 3 is at 0.78. Number 18 is at 0.73. And there was one other one here. Number either 15 or 17 is at 0.81.
Okay, thank you. So that's the one major concern that, let's take this into committee now, unless there's any other questions.
No.
No, okay. So that's one major concern. The other is the protection of the trees. You're saying that forestry still has the option to deny that?
Yeah, when they, hypothetically, yeah, if we approve this, then it would go to forestry. They would then look at it and then they'll do their calculations based on impact.
Okay.
And if they make the determination that, oh, basement bad, guess what? You're not going to get the basement.
No,
permit.
understood, because given the inconsistency of the information and/or the potential evidence, I was tempted to suggest we do a deferral and get the
Confirmation from
Yeah.
forestry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know which way the panel is leaning as to whether to refuse or to approve, but I'm just saying that is a third option. And I know we typically don't like to do that after we've heard all of this. But given that I'm getting conflicting information as to what is the evidence, then just wanted to say that that is an option. Is that fair? So just wanted to put that out there.
At the risk of complicating things, could I ask Mr. Romano another question? Mr. Romano, you pointed out some precedents on Princeton in this block that are at or about 0.75 FSI as you're proposing. Can you reasonably quickly tell me how many of those FSI comparables extend the building to the same extent you are? I'll tell you where I'm coming from. The rear walls on this side of Princeton, as far as I can tell on the location map, right up and down the street, they're very consistent. And you're proposing to project beyond that nice uniform line of rear walls. To what extent has this already been put in place? And I'm thinking about the precedents that you gave. I'm assuming that some, if not all of those, have disrupted that feature.
Yes, thank you for that question through Mr. Chairman. So if you take a look at the air photo, you'll see that number 18 Princeton Road extends. It's very close to the garage that's in the backyard, so it's longer than both neighboring buildings.
You're talking about your presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 18 Princeton is, if you looked at, it's actually highlighted there. So if you look at where the RIN is in Princeton, you'll see underneath that building is longer by, I don't know, about 6 or 7 meters, if not more, than the neighboring dwellings. If you look at the opposite side of the street, number at the bottom of the page on the right hand side, you'll see buildings that, you know, they might not even comply with the zoning, with their rear yard setback variance, so, or with the rear yard setback zoning standards. So they are longer and deeper. So there are differences in length and depth, just like there is today at the subject site. Number 6 is shorter than number 4 and number 8 next door. Not only shorter in length, but shorter in height.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, could we come back to committee then? Is there any other discussion, or where are we at? So say my concern is I feel uncomfortable about conflicting evidence or potential evidence.
Reforestry?
Yeah. But, you know, we can always leave it for forestry through their own process to address. But I think, you know, we owe to the neighbors our own due diligence around that issue, so. And the diameter of the tree is going to affect the size of the tree protection zone. So, I mean, that is germane information potentially.
So if we were going to decide to defer, we would have to come up with a very detailed, articulate reason for that, correct?
I would think.
Because we need to set the expectations on what we're going to be
Getting back.
You okay with that?
To defer? I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a forestry report that.
Well, also too, given that there's differing views and opinions on what trees are or not there and what size they are, then I'd move a motion to defer this matter so the applicant can undertake with his arborist a further review of the arborist study, work with the surrounding community to make sure all the trees are in the report, are accurately measured, and have discussions with urban forestry staff of whether or not the cabana can be 1 story and basement or 1 story only. That's the question. Yes. And that should appease everyone, because then we'll know. Because we don't.
Just, I guess, if we do defer, I'm prepared to second that, but just a second. If we do defer, I guess it really doesn't matter to give the participants here today an inclination of what we're thinking generally about this, excluding the trees. In other words, FSI coverage.
It'll be a new hearing. It could be a new panel.
We'll talk about that later.
That's, the opinions may change with that new panel.
That's true. Okay, I'll just leave it then that I'm going to second Mr. Dalton's motion.
Okay, thank you,
To
Mr.
defer for
Taylor.
reasons well stated by him.
All in favor? Okay, the item is deferred. I know Barb would have given me heck for that, but. Okay. The opposite of that. Okay, we're going to move on to item 14, 14 Princess Margaret Boulevard. This is an application to construct a new driveway. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to the front landscaping and 2 points of driveway vehicle access. There is 1 variance being requested. We have no comments from any of the city departments. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Tanya Vishnewitz, and I am one of the owners of the property at 14 Princess Margaret Boulevard. We are seeking approval of a minor adjustment to allow for front yard landscaping to be lower than the minimum 60%. This was approved before at 56%, but the driveway was miscalculated and did not account for the turning radius of a car. So we've corrected that issue, and the drawings have been redone and fit a normal sedan. So currently we have a double driveway leading to a double garage with a small walkway to the front door. We would like to extend the walkway to the front door to become a single lane driveway that circles to form a U driveway, resulting in 2 points of entrance from the road. The reason we wish to do so is to improve the traffic safety around our home. And we have a number of listed the reasons. So first, we live on a major neighborhood inlet road with only a 100-meter distance from the Islington Light, which serves our neighborhood. And our home is situated directly on a T intersection with another road. And that's coupled also just 50 meters or so from that is the entrance to St. George's Golf Club clubhouse parking lot, which also brings quite a bit of traffic during their season months. And then on one side of us, 350 meters from the house, is the local elementary school on our road. So that also brings traffic. And then on the other side around the corner is neighborhood high school, which is at a major intersection. So a lot of parents come to our road, park to pick up and drop off their kids. And sometimes that can obstruct view. And then there's also students walking around in between the cars. So we've also surveyed our neighborhood and noted that other houses close to us also have U driveways with 2 points of access as well. Specifically within 500-meter radius from our house, there are 7 houses with 2 points of access. Some of those houses have much smaller front yards than ours, which means that their percentage is significantly lower than what ours would be. The added bonus of doing this is that we would pay attention to increase the curb appeal of our neighborhood and our house, and we would also add greenery and shrubs and plants to the front yard.
Sorry, so do you currently have 2 points of access?
No, we have one. That's
and what's the width of your lot?
80 feet.
What's the minimum width for a double driveway?
50 meters. The person who helped.
Sorry, 50. And what's how many meters is yours now?
Sorry?
80
Can he
feet
come up to answer your questions?
I'll do the quick calculation here. So if you're saying it's 80 feet?
Yeah.
So what's that in meters?
So the one side that you have now shown there, that's 6.51 meters, which is 21.3 feet. So then you're looking to put on
Yeah, so it would go in front of the front door.
on the
and
other
connect
side, which is
on
shown
the
on
other
the plan
side.
as 2.89 meters.
Yeah, and we made that,
So that's 9.4 feet.
we made it as small as possible to accommodate a car being able to turn.
Right.
So that way, when we're coming out onto the road, we can see oncoming traffic because we're
'Cause you
at
were
an
here-
intersection and a light and a parking lot across the street and 2 schools on either side. One
Yeah,
school on
and you were
either
here
side.
last year in March 2025.
Yes,
And
yes.
then that design showed similar, but what you're doing now, it's more square up by the house.
Yes, it's
You
up
were
by the
more-
house. The
and
other
what
one
you're
would,
saying is that it didn't allow for the turn.
yeah, it didn't make
Oh,
sense.
okay, so the previous, sorry, that's where my confusion was. The previous decision approved the second
Yes.
driveway. Right, okay,
Yeah.
because I was saying, why isn't there a
But
variance?
then what
for
they
Yeah.
did, they widened it up towards the house. So what
Yes,
I'm saying is when
yes.
you're coming in off the new part,
And-
you
and
can
the-
actually turn to go on that
Yes.
existing wide part.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I kind of get it now.
And I also wanted to add that we've thought about any negative effects on our neighborhood and in terms of the percentage of front landscaping. And we think it's a small change in exchange for improved car safety. And there's very well working storm drains in front of our house. We've never had any water accumulation, let alone flooding. And we're next to a golf course and a large city park. And the high school also has a large green area, so there's no water issue around us.
Okay. And I'm assuming your rear yard is landscape compliant?
Yes, it's all green.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Anyone ready?
It's just one out of curiosity, but it has no bearing on my decision or my thinking. I knew people that live very close to here,
Okay.
and it may have been that property. That's a new build?
Relatively new, 2017 or 18 it was built.
Did you ever know of Bill and Gina Lamb?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Too bad.
Okay. Anyone ready for a motion?
I find this application very reasonable and desirable, appropriate, meets all the tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms.
Based on
Alderson.
the safety and security, I think, of the residents.
All in favor? Okay, unanimous
Thank you very
approval.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 15, 12 Queen Mary's Drive. This is an application to construct a new duplex with an attached garage, a rear balcony, and a cabana in the rear yard. There are 6 variances being requested. We have Forestry again requesting denial, or in the alternative conditions 1, 2, and 3. We also have advisory conditions from Forestry, and we have a arborist report provided by the applicant, and we have a support petition, and I see David Engelman at the podium. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, staff. David Eagleman, Design Plan Services, Inc., 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, associate and registered professional planner, here on behalf of the owner. And through you, Mr. Chair, I assume presentation.
We're gonna need a presentation, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I did provide a detailed justification letter that speaks to the variances. So I'll focus my presentation on Forestry's issues. But obviously, it is, as noted within my justification letter, it is my opinion that the variances are all minor and meet the 4-part tests under Section 45.1 of the Planning Act. And at this point, I'm not aware of any concerns or objections from anyone other than Urban Forestry. The owner has consulted with some surrounding neighbors. We've obtained signatures in support, including from the immediately adjacent property to the west, as well as one of the immediately adjacent properties to the rear or north. And actually, the neighbor to the north, 19 Kings Garden, who the owner spoke with and got a support letter from, they are the owner of one of the trees that Forestry has raised its concerns with. So it's a little bit relevant, as I'll get into. We've also confirmed with planning staff that they have no concerns. So in regards to Forestry's concerns, I'll firstly preface this, and it's a little bit similar to the discussion that was had on the item number 13, that ultimately, even if the committee were not to impose forestry conditions, we have to go through Forestry's permit process. It's a requirement, and we have to deal with Urban Forestry. So they have their process that we have to go through, and we have to deal with their concerns and have to work with them to ultimately get a permit. And my understanding is that they have every right to deny a permit application. I don't believe that anything can compel them to issue a permit. And then if that's the case, we have to work with Forestry or go through the permit appeal process, which is, I understand, a difficult appeal process. Forestry has raised concerns with tree number 1. If I can ask staff to please pull up the site plan and then just zoom into the front wall of where the proposed new dwelling is. So you can see there that the line, it's a dashed line, sort of. It has a break in the middle. That's the required front yard setback line. It's a little bit difficult to see, but actually if staff could pull up a supplementary letter we obtained from our arborist, who prepared a supplementary letter to specifically, yes, it's that letter. If you just zoom down, there's a image. Yeah, I think it's the next one, or maybe next one. Yeah, there. So if you zoom in there, you can see this letter was specifically prepared to speak to the fact that the removal of that tree number 1 is within the as of right building envelope. The required front yard setback goes well into the TPC of that tree. That tree is in very close proximity to the existing house. And It is a large tree. The owner doesn't particularly think it's the most aesthetically pleasing tree. We are proposing a replacement planting, a native ironwood tree within the front yard as compensation for the removal of that tree. On top of that, because it's in fair condition, the replacement is a 3-to-1 ratio. So either 3 replacement plantings or cash in lieu. In this case, we're providing 1 replacement planting. There might be the ability to provide more, and that can be sorted out through forestry's permit process. In addition, in relation to tree number 6 at the rear, forestry is of the opinion that it's an unacceptable injury. Again, that's within the as-of-right building envelope, similar to item number 13. An as-of-right accessory structure can be built within tree number 6's TPZ. And ultimately, the owner wants to maintain that tree. He consulted with the owner of the property that tree is on, who is in support of the proposal. And the arborist recommended exploratory excavation to determine the impacts to that tree. There's no basement associated with this cabana, but the arborist did say that exploratory excavation will be required to determine the extent of the damage to the tree. And I believe it is the owner's intent that if it's determined that tree can't survive, the owner would be willing to revise the cabana design such that that tree can be maintained. So I know I'm running out of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'm of the opinion that this proposal represents good planning and meets the 4 tests.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, we have some other speakers, so I'm going to ask you to take a seat for a bit. Do we have Stuart Morris?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks very much.
Okay, good day, sir. Can you just let us know what your interest is?
No, absolutely. Stuart Morris, I live at 22 Queen Mary's, which is 2 doors down from the house, the subject house. The numbering's not sequential in the neighborhood, so I'm 2 doors down. There's a house in between us, 18 Queen Mary's. It currently is for sale. I heard the speaker just present that there was letter of support from that household. That letter of support, that house is vacant. It's the daughter of the owner. She lives north of the city. That house is for sale. So I'll just raise that as a point of fact. Anyways, there are 6 variances on this application. I'm concerned, obviously, what happens to the house immediately beside us. And that's much of my motivation. I think that the individual variances are small, but in the end, consequential. And hey, I suspect you hear this a bit, but this neighborhood the street's a quintessential Kingsway street. It's one of the more special streets in the neighborhood, and I think even to see that from the photos that showed up. It was designed to blend countryside features and city features, and I think it does that in part because there's strict adherence to the setbacks. The setbacks requested on the front of the house, and I think photo 2 from the submission that Design Plan Services presented shows that the homes follow a very regular and progressive staggering, which parallels the street in front, and that makes for a very pleasant effect. And I think that the other, I was referring to photo one, the next photo down, photo 2, sorry. You can see there's a nice staggering. That staggering continues the length of the house. My house sits a couple west of this, and it makes for a nice, pleasant view. I think the setback requested is compounded by the platform that's being added and the stairs and the other setbacks at the front of the house. There were 3 front of house variances, and I think in combination they make a interruption. The side setback hey, it's a great street, and people love the street in large part because the quality of the street is being preserved. It The distance between the houses is significant, and it looks more countryside like than it does in, I think, the photos presented, photos 8 through 15 in the presentation we're looking at now, all show what the differences between the streets being presented right here in photo 8 and 9 and so on make, and it goes all the way down through 15. That's a different looking street than Queen Mary's Drive currently is, and I think that has a significant bearing. And then I'll just make a comment on the character of the street and the neighborhood. Hey, it's the motto of the neighborhood was a little bit of England, far from England. And the house being proposed, if you look at well, it's actually not so much different than that house in the photo, but if you look at the elevation provided in the plan, it's a French chateau. It's as British as a croissant. And while the planning committee has very little, I'll call it, interest in the aesthetics or the style of the house, the thing that troubles me is the massing that chateau design affects. And you can see that big flat roof on the top of the house goes from almost chimney to chimney. It's covering like 39% of the entire roof. It covers 67% of the front view of the roof. It's a big flat roof. And it creates a massing. It just presents a different scale than the other homes that were in an English design, which, if they do have a third story, the windows aren't at the front. It doesn't create a big bulking mass, an imposing grand house. And I feel that that's out of character. And so those are my challenges with the current design. It's not in keeping with the massing nor the heritage of the street. I fully hope that the recommendations of forestry are noted and followed through on. But I just hope that the application's rejected as presented. It's a different house than, if the house were full of homes like that, it wouldn't look like the street it looks like now.
Okay, get you to wrap
Stay
up,
tuned.
please. Thanks. Any questions? No? Okay, we have another speaker, David Cunningham.
So yeah, David did sign up, but they're not online. I did send them an email. There's no response.
Nothing there? Okay. So anyone else?
No.
Okay, so we'll get David Engelman to come back.
Thank you, Chair. So through you, Chair, I tried to focus on the forestry issues with my presentation because I stand corrected now, but up until just now, I wasn't aware of any concerns from any surrounding neighbors. This is the first time I'm being made aware that someone has an issue with the proposal. And again, the owner did canvass some neighbors and obtain signatures in support. As far as, you know, the neighbor next door selling the house and not living there, I don't think that's really pertinent. The bottom line is my client spoke to the owner of that property and they were in support of the proposal. And in terms of the variances, to speak to the variances, if staff could pull up the site plan, please. You can see as far as the front yard setback, if we just zoom in to the front wall there, the required front yard setback is on an angle because of the meandering nature of the street. So you can see there basically on the left-hand side of the screen, it's just that tiny portion of the front main wall on the left side, that little triangular piece that's encroaching into the front yard setback. So that's the front yard setback variance. It's practically negligible. And to the neighbor's point about the staggering houses along the street, we're maintaining that staggering character. You can see the house on the right-hand side or the, I believe that would be the east side. It will be slightly in front of the proposed new dwelling, and then on the west side, the dwelling will be a little bit further back. So it's maintaining that staggering design. The front porch encroachment is really just because of the front yard setback variance, and is also a very minor and negligible variance in my opinion. And then the setback of the front stairs that touch the front lot line, if you just scroll down on the site plan there, that's because of those front stairs that come down from the front porch. That's needed because of the existing grading of the property. It slopes, the front yard slopes down, and then the driveway is at a much lower grade than where the front entrance and the front porch is. That's an existing condition that's being maintained. So the stairs, so although the 0 meter stair setback is not an existing condition, you can see if you look closely, the existing stairs are shown there, and they're in a very similar location to what's proposed. And the 0 meter setback to the front lot line, in my opinion, has little to no impact. There are similar situations in the neighborhood. It's consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and there is quite a large municipal boulevard before the actual paved portion of the street. So that stairs will be still much further back from the street, even though it's at a 0 meter setback to the front lot line. And then in terms of the east side yard setback, even if you just look at the survey, you can see it's a very common condition for dwellings within this neighborhood to have smaller side yard setback on one side. We're proposing 0.89 where 1.2 meters is required. It's about a 1 foot reduction to what's required. And the existing house is actually, I'll double check, but I believe it's 0.97 meters. So it's really from an existing condition, it's about 8 centimeters less. I acknowledge it's a larger dwelling, but it's still maintaining an existing condition essentially. And I did provide a number of examples of other dwellings in the neighborhood that have similar setbacks. So there's no variances here related to the massing, really the built form. It's all quite minor variances in my opinion. And lastly, you know, the neighbor was referencing the design and the flat roof. That has nothing to do with the variances. So the last point I'll just make in relation to the trees is that because of the replacement plantings we have to provide, we would actually be resulting in a net increase to the amount of trees on site. I'm not insinuating that we will be able to plant trees or provide compensation as replantings on the property. We are proposing at least one, but cash in lieu will have to be provided as well. And also with forestry condition number 3, we have to pay for in absence of a street tree. So
that's cash in lieu. Okay, thank you. That's the same as cash in lieu.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it would be, we would have to provide 4 trees as either replantings or cash in lieu,
Okay.
plus...
In addition to that?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of that tree in the front, if you were compliant with the front setback, you would still be within the tree protection zone of that tree, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. And I would even say that to be entirely outside of that TPZ, we'd have to push the house well further back to the point that, you know, then we're going to likely be creating issues related to where the rear wall of the house is located and triggering, you know, a depth variance along with potentially rear yard setback variances with a reasonably sized dwelling there.
Yeah, no, understood. Okay, any other questions? No?
Just a comment. I went through to look at the support petition that you submitted, and there's literally 2 names on it because you can't count 2 people at the same address as 2 people. You can only count them as 1. So it's a bit disingenuous to say it's a support petition. You had 2 signatures of support. One of them is not even on that street, but hey. There are no people here in opposition.
Well, there was 1 speaker in opposition.
There was 1 speaker. That's right, sorry. There was 1 speaker, but I'm surprised there aren't more, or there weren't more, but anyway.
There was a second one registered to speak, but wasn't there when we looked for him.
Anyway, just
Through-
a comment. not much of a petition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may say, there were 3 separate letters. So one had, I'll just pull it up, but there was one where 19 Kings Garden Road signed. There was one where 18 Queen Mary's Drive signed. And then there was one where I believe it was I don't recall the street, and I'm just trying to see it here. It was submitted. It might just not be within the committee's package for some reason, but
1 at 18, 2 at 4.
I got 19 Kings Garden.
19 Kings Garden, so really, and the 2 at 4 Queens Mary.
So you've got 3.
No, we've got 2.
2.
yes.
Husband and wife don't count.
Right.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I would just say, we don't name the files when they're uploaded. If staff call it a support petition, it's out of our hands. I would say it's a support letter.
No, that's fair. I mean, but when I'm looking for support letters, I'm more interested in ones that are in the immediate context, not several houses away. But anyway, that's not here nor there. And with regards to the application, I mean, you're calling it a duplex. I would quite frankly call this a house with a nanny suite, but that's just my own comment. Any other questions? No? Okay, so let's take it into committee. Thank you. Anyone ready for a motion or any discussion?
Anybody want to say anything?
The only thing I'd want to say is that, you know, the previous speaker correctly pointed out that we can't regulate design. And, you know, going to French Chateau versus English, I would say at least that's closer than, you know, postmodern square block, which, you know,
That's true.
which you can also get, and that would really throw the character out of that neighborhood.
It's not our mandate, but that doesn't mean I'm not interested in it.
No, and I share that view. I mean, it's, you know, when you see these applications for houses that are completely out of character, you kind of scratch your head, but there's not much we can do about it.
Especially on a fairly consistent street.
Yeah.
That's what I look for, consistency on the street.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, I guess it's really up to the neighborhood whether they want to get their area designated as historically significant, which some neighborhoods have.
And it should be.
Have done that, and I think,
Yep.
you know, Bobby Point's done that, and right across the river is this neighborhood, and this neighborhood should seriously consider doing that, if that's, because we keep hearing that coming back up in comment.
Because we have no teeth. This committee has no teeth in terms of design.
Okay, anyway, having said all of that, I'm assuming someone's ready for a motion.
You and Ms. Alderson just articulated my preamble. It would be nice to preserve 100-year-old neighborhoods the way they were designed and envisioned by Mr. Holmes Smith. However, times change, people's attitudes and views and perspectives and desires change. We're focused here on 6 variances. I'm satisfied that all 6 meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, both individually and collectively. And I'm prepared to move approval subject to, I'm just going to say urban forestry conditions, because as is often the case, we have a conflict between what we heard from urban forestry in the consolidated memo and what we heard from them in their freestanding memo.
I think they want all the conditions.
Well, you should just note both, that we have comments from environment, climate, and forestry and tree
So
protection.
you're looking for 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
They were looking for 1, 2, and 3 in the consolidated memo. Mr. Eagleman seems to be already anticipating number 3. But then on March 30th, urban forestry just said 2.
I would impose all 3.
Oh, you do?
I would impose all 3.
Well,
Let
does
them
that-
figure it out with forestry.
Yeah. Does that change what I'm saying? I think we've sort of established a
Let's see
pattern
them.
here where in the event of different information, staff will sort it out. We just need to say urban forestry conditions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do mine. So do mine.
But there's
Okay,
two sets of
I misread the information then. So I stand by my motion.
Okay.
With my condition.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, we have one dissent. It's approved. Okay, item 16, 52 Twyford Road. And this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage, a covered rear yard deck, and a cabana in the rear yard. A lot of cabanas today, I guess.
It is the season.
Forestry is requesting conditions 1 and 2 in the event of approval. There's an arborist report provided by the applicant. And forestry also has advisory comments related to the driveway. Okay. Maya,
Yes.
welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Maya Marchese, a planner at Design Plan Services, Inc., located at 87 Skyway Avenue in Toronto, here on behalf of the property owner of 52 Twyford Road.
If we could get a brief overview.
Sure. So I'm here today to seek relief for 5 variances related to the proposed 2-story dwelling. I've reviewed forestry's memo and recommended conditions, which we are agreeable to. We also reached out to planning staff, who did not note any concerns, and I'm not aware of any concerns from neighbors at this time. The first 2 variances are related to the lot coverage and FSI. They reflect a modest increase typical of recent infill housing in the area, and similar approvals exist in their neighborhood. The third variance pertains to the side yard setbacks. The proposed setbacks are improving from what is currently existing, and there are examples of deficient side yard setbacks in the neighborhood, including the 2 adjacent dwellings. And the fourth and fifth variances are related to the building and side main wall height. The minor increase will allow increased ceiling heights without significantly altering the overall scale of the new dwelling, and these variances are minor, not anticipated to create any shadowing, privacy, or overlook impacts beyond what the bylaw already contemplates. It's my professional opinion that the proposal fits in with the context of the neighborhood and meets the 4 tests set out under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act and represents good planning. I am happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions? No? No other speakers?
No.
No? Okay, if we can take it into committee.
Sure. With that, I'd like to move a motion for approval, as I believe the application meets the 4 tests, subject to the conditions contained in the April 1st, 2026 Environment, Climate, and Forestry memo.
Thank you, Mr. Delta.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, item 17, 18 Gort Avenue. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential lots. Forestry is requesting conditions 1 and 2 in the event of approval. Engineering and construction services have also conditions and advisory comments in the event of approval. The severance would also require there's also a proposal to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage on both of the newly severed parts. And that would result in 15 variances in Part 1 and 14 variances in Part 2. And same forestry conditions are being requested. We have some support forms, and that's about it. Charles Chan?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair
afternoon.
and for the committee. I am representing the file for 18 Gort. I'm at 20 Smithwood Drive, and I'm Ontario Permitting. I'm the applicant.
Okay. I'd like, if you're just open to questions, I'd like to start off by asking what's changed from your previous proposal to now, and why was planning against it, but they're okay with it now?
So the original design, the length of the building was approximately 18.29 meters, and we've shrank the depth of the building and also that the length, both of them are correlating with each other. So that has been reduced. They also had issues with the overall height.
Sorry, we're kind of losing you, getting garbled.
So let me reiterate. So The length of the original design was about 18.29 meters. And the current way that we've adjusted it, we're at 17.83. So it's a reduction of building length and depth on both properties, the retained and proposed. Also, the planning department had issues with the overall height and the wall height. And
Sorry, I'm
some-
losing you again.
let
Like
me-
you're wandering away from the microphone.
Let me move my device closer. So with the height, the wall, the main wall height and the overall height of the roof was lowered by decreasing the height of the second floor and the roof height. So we've improved the variance that we are requesting for those items. Originally, the lot coverage was also higher, and we've reduced it also. And those are some of the items that were more the reasons that now the planning department is more in favor of the application.
Okay, you're asking for a GFA of 1.1 and a lot area of 42.2. Do you have examples of that anywhere in that neighborhood?
There is multiple pictures that provided a file that shows multiple of these dwellings in the area, in the neighborhood. I don't know if that could be pulled up. A lot of the houses in this neighborhood are labeled similarly because the garage is on the first level and then you've got different levels above it. So those areas marked up in green are separate properties that has been consent or divided. And then
Yeah.
a lot of these have 2 stories or 3 stories dwelling. But there's another.
Yeah, those are good examples of severances that have occurred, and for the lot width, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you have any examples of over 1 times coverage and over 40% lot area?
There is a file with images of like 3-story dwellings in the area, and it'll be easier to explain if that could be opened.
Yeah, you don't have any addresses underneath those photos. Can you tell us where they are?
They're within like let me open my. So that one specifically is 22, which is a few doors down, and then that one would also be like over closer to similarly to how we are with the percentages. And then other addresses, and like it's some of them are around Gord, some of them are around Alkin, Fuge, some of them are on Albright, which is some of the streets in the same vicinity of this neighborhood. There's been a lot in the neighborhood with these type of percentages, because the reason that is over 100% is because they're considering the level of where the garage is as part of the first floor, and essentially you're counting the triple areas as the FSI.
So you're counting what would be the basement, is that what you're saying?
Correct, because the established grades for most of these houses are so low to the grade that instead of your typical first floor and second floor, the garage level is counted as your first floor, then second floor, and
Okay,
third floor.
that's a valid explanation for your GFA. What about the 4.2 lot area?
The 42%. Well, when we're doing severances and areas in Etobicoke, most of the lot percentages allowed is 33. So I believe we're within reasons for the request of that variance in minor.
You've just contradicted yourself. You're saying that, I mean,
You're saying FSI, or are you talking about
lot area, percentage of lot coverage.
So the FSI that I addressed is because it was the 3 levels, and then
Understood. Move on. I would like you to now address the lot area.
The reason that we have the lot area is because of the footprint of the house, and it's also considered the back porch of the house is part of the lot coverage. The back porch doesn't have a roof per se, but it's the length and width of the back porch.
Okay, so that's an explanation of how you got there. Do you have examples that are comparable in that neighborhood?
Which is similar to all the ones that I've highlighted on the Toronto maps. Most of these houses in these areas would have a similar lot coverage and FSI mapping.
You're, so
It'll
you're,
be a lot to like there's numerous.
so you're saying all of those properties that you indicated in green exceed 40% lot area?
They'll be either at the same or similar, yes. Like I don't have a way of I would have to go and measure each house to do that type of foreshadowing or ratio. I
Or
don't
pull up
have
the history of previous committee meetings, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll note that for future projects.
Thanks. Do you guys have any other questions?
No, because the evidence provided just lists the frontage and the houses that are 2 or 3 stories, but it doesn't provide us any details on
No.
FSI, GFA, or anything. But
It's just say, well,
it's implied.
it's implied, yeah. That's, you know, you're asking for a severance. This isn't a minor variance. It's a substantial ask. And essentially, you haven't come armed with the evidence to substantiate it.
Can I request a deferral then to come up with better information? Because
Smart.
It's an option.
if that's something that the panel members and the chairman would agree, then I could come back with more information regarding the variances and how it's comparable to the area.
Yeah, very precise. Like it would have helped if you'd put addresses under the houses in that photo album you sent us. We don't even know where those houses are.
We're driving blind.
We need to know where they are and how big they are compared to what you're proposing.
Okay.
So I think you're wise to agree to a deferral.
Okay.
Someone want to do a motion to that effect?
Sure. I'd like to move a motion to defer items 17, A, B, and C, so the applicant can provide us with more detailed information about what's going on in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that item is also deferred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item 18, 100 and 102 Stephen Drive. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the lot into 2 undersized residential lots. Engineering Construction Services are providing advisory comments, and I don't have anything else other than to state that this is an existing situation where no changes are being proposed, but it's a unmerger, was a merger on title that the proponent wants to undo. The 2 resulting properties would be to maintain the existing semi-detached duplex with an attached garage and accessory structure in the rear yard, resulting in 10 variances in Part 2 and 8 variances in Part 1. And who is our agent? Jonathan Binkowski. Good afternoon.
Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue. And sir, panel, I do not have any examples of lots of this size and just to start that off.
That's okay. We're not going to bug you for that.
Yes, it's actually it's really interesting zoning where the minimum lot frontage is 24 meters, where largely they are existing lots. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah. I guess what we're looking for more than anything is an explanation of how we got here, and we do have some questions for you as well.
Yes, when the property was purchased, it was purchased by 4 individuals, a brother and a sister, and then their husband and their wives. When they purchased it, everything merged onto title under one mortgage. And when that happened, they went to refinance each property individually, only to learn that everything had now merged on title when they purchased it as one with all 4 of them together. So really, it's just to facilitate one family being able to own 100 and the separate family being able to own 102.
Okay, so the complicating questions are this: what is there now? Are they 2 duplexes now?
Correct. Everything is to remain exactly as it is today.
So there's a common party wall
Correct.
that meets code and all that stuff?
Correct. If you go up and down Stephen, this is a common situation.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
Mr. Chair. I don't know about the merging, but this built form is the typical built form on the west side of Stephen
Okay.
Drive.
Are the properties currently occupied by tenants?
I actually do not believe they are. I actually believe they're occupied by the family.
Okay, because that was my next question, is how come you have no rental housing form?
There's no change to any of the rental situations, but again, I believe it is actually just occupied by the family itself.
Okay, because are we theoretically going from, I don't even want to, my brain's not working anymore.
I do know where you're going with that, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to speak to it. The idea in the future is for them to be able to occupy this as a duplex, because any alteration they would want to make in the future would trigger this long list of minor variances all over again. So the idea is to try to get out ahead of it in case they do want to convert this.
Okay, so we're not theoretically going from a 4-plex to 2 duplexes here?
No, correct. We are not.
Okay.
We are not.
So stupid
and
question. Oh,
Yes.
Go ahead.
yeah. So when they purchased the property, what address was listed on the mortgage?
Yeah.
Was it
Oh, I
just
do have that.
100 or 102, or what were actually
I
100
actually-
and 102 on the mortgage?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dalton, give me 1 sec. I actually do have that info because
Okay.
there was thoughts of trying to have this as a delegated consent.
Yeah.
That's what,
And-
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
that was my
my
question
next
this morning.
question.
Well, I mean, I think our fantastic Deputy Secretary Treasurer
Determined that it
decided that I
would be
think just
delegated.
because of the associated variances and all of that
Right.
is my assumption. That's why it went there. I don't think from my perspective, from a planning point of view, it really mattered too much. It was always going to be today.
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me for 1 sec, because I
Sure.
did send that info into the city.
It's
Of the
just an
charge.
FYI, but I'm just interested how this happened.
I think they
bizarre.
again they all came together, all 4 of them. I'm not sure if it was maybe to be able to qualify for the mortgage, but all 4 of them. That's why if we look at both applications for 100 and 102, all 4 individuals are identified on each application. Just bear
Okay,
with me. I have
understood.
to find that. I do have it. Because I did send it to Adam at one point.
I mean, other than that, it's very straightforward.
Okay, I do have it. I found it. So on the charge, it is identified as 100 to 102.
So they did do both.
Yes.
So
So I guess for purposes of registry, then for some reason they just thought it was
one property.
a parcel.
One property. Correct.
Wow. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
So separating the tenancy on this wouldn't solve the problem.
No, because it's on title, it's one property now.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
It's been a costly adventure for them to
yeah,
get here.
yeah. So this is an expensive resolution to a clerical problem. Okay, anyone ready for a motion?
Sure. So with that, I would move a motion for approval, as the intent of the consent and minor variance application is just basically largely to recognize the existing condition and as such meets the four tests, and there are no conditions.
And I'm
I'll
happy
second
to.
that, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Okay,
Oops, sorry.
Stan beat me to the punchline.
not me. Don,
Not Stan,
No, you're
sorry,
doing-
sorry, Don.
You're doing-
Obviously, I need food.
You're doing adjournment.
I'm doing the adjournment, right?
next motion, anyway. Can we vote on this one, though? So seconded by
Yeah.
Don, all in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Binkowski.
It's clear,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes, for
Yeah.
ECS.
it's clear I need food and everyone else does too. So I move
The
for
standard
adjournment
consent
at
conditions, but there's-
1:40 PM.
When I said no conditions, there was no comments. Right. But the standard consent would obviously apply because they're standard.
We're adjourned at 1:40,
No,
people.
you've got to
Okay,
put your stuff in direct.
Laura, you're moving a motion to adjourn? You did? Okay.
hear me.
No, I did not.
I said we're all hungry. I moved to adjourn. It's 1:40.
Well,